हाँ तो वो आ जाएगा। ठीक है ना, बट इट हैज प्रेजेंटेशन
एंड एवरीथिंग इज बीन सॉर्टेड नंबर वाइज कर दिया।
पैनल डिस्कशन
1 2 3 यू नो
हर प्रेजेंटेशन
वीडियो का सर एक सीन
क्या
जब फास्ट हम प्ले करूंगा अंडर
क्यों?
हाँ सर कुछ इशू है चलो हेलो
वो तुमको पता है ना।
हाँ
Sorry that I can't. Let me know the next that I get the chance to present some results. Which during
नहीं 1.5 नहीं 1.25
speed and speed
playback speed
results which I think is so first of all I think I don't know that
हमारे लैपटॉप में 1.2 चल रहा था पर इनके लैपटॉप में चल रहा है
हर जगह सब चलता है। ठीक है, हमें नहीं पता होता है कैसे चलेगा
लैपटॉप थोड़ा
systems get funding and look at funding. So Agri types in this definition which during doing research is Agri types of Agri type APV system which
इसको कनेक्ट कैसे करोगे?
ये से कनेक्ट होगा और माइक इसका ऐसे यूज करना पड़ेगा स्पीकर के लिए।
वहाँ वाले माइक
वो चलेंगे सर कनेक्टिविटी है शायद
फायर
क्योंकि उन्होंने बोला कि सारे कनेक्टेड है माइक्स और लैपटॉप से कनेक्ट नहीं कर सकते हम।
अच्छा
दे वर लाइक कि अगर आपके पास एक्सटर्नल छोटे स्पीकर्स है तो वो हम लगा सकते हैं। इनका ही लैपटॉप
ये तो हैंग कर जाएगा इसमें टीम्स में।
हाँ टीम्स हैंग हो रहा है, टीम्स को डाउनलोड करने में 20 मिनट लगते हैं।
नहीं चलेगा टीम्स, ये लैपटॉप नहीं चल पाएगा, ये हैंग कर जाएगा, ये टीम्स भी नहीं चलेगा।
प्रेजेंटेशन नहीं खुल रही सर, पीपीटी नहीं खुल रही।
अरे इसमें फिर जो कन्वर्टर क्लिक कर रहा है, कन्वर्टर की वजह से क्लिक है वो सब रेजोल्यूशन की वजह से सेट किया है। इनके लैपटॉप के हिसाब से तब रेजोल्यूशन का लैपटॉप मेरे पास है, ये हम दिखाते हैं तुम्हारे पेन ड्राइव में सारे प्रेजेंटेशन सब कुछ पेन ड्राइव।
एक सेकंड एक जो अपडेटेड प्रेजेंटेशन की
आपको डाल दो वो चेंज कर सकते सब कुछ पेन ड्राइव में रखो है ना, पेन ड्राइव में यस क्योंकि ना ये तो नहीं चल पाएगा, टीम्स में हैंग करते हैं। चार्जर नीचे दोपहर को 3:20 to 3:40 मॉर्निंग 9 to 10 वो पूछ रहे हैं स्टार्ट कर दिए। हाँ देखो हुआ उनको ना तो उसे लेके आ जाएंगे।
ये हो गया
नेट हो गया ना। हाँ नेट इंटरनेट है, पासवर्ड देता हूँ मेरे पास। तुम ना आउट को भी ओपन करो, निकाल कर हाँ अरे निकाल के सेट करके रखो यहाँ पे, कनेक्ट करके ठीक है फिर मैं बताऊँ। बैकग्राउंड चेंज कोई चीज करो सही बात इसको बंद मत करो, खोल कर रखो, अभी जो चेक कर रहे हैं कि कर पाएगा कि नहीं। केवल कुछ वाली स्क्रीन में प्रॉब्लम हो रहा है इसकी रेजोल्व की नहीं नहीं इसका तो ठीक है।
Everyone here can actually have their tea and then come back in a couple of minutes. So we will be starting the session at 10 a.m. sharp. So all of you can have your tea, take your snacks that's being served outside, and be here by 10 a.m.
I would talk to you after to manage it. हाँ सर, लॉगिन और वापस शेयर कर दिया, अभी कर दीजिए तो मैं एटलीस्ट ठीक है चला जाना, बिकॉज़ फ्री हो जाता। क्या हुआ? सी यस वाला स्विच ऑफ कर क्या है सी नेट को तो कनेक्ट हो गया डायरेक्ट लैपटॉप में ये लगाओगे ज्वाइन कर एक्सेप्ट मेरे को उधर से करना है, तुम्हें क्यों करना पड़ेगा ये तो so
कंफर्टेबिलिटी का कुछ इशू
नहीं वो वाले में क्या इशू होगा, बाकी दोनों ठीक चल रहा है, वो वाला में कुछ कनेक्शन का इशू है, वो बोल
रहा है पहले से है।
कम नहीं लग रहा उसको
इन्होंने जो लैपटॉप दिया था
लैपटॉप बहुत स्लो लगता है, उसमें 3 की लोड नहीं लगा, ऑन करते ही ऑफ हो गया।
सिस्टम एक्चुअली पुराना है, फिर एक टच चलेगा नहीं टेलीविजन कोई फॉर्मेट
हाँ सर एग्जिट कर लेना
अरे
जो बोलेगा उस पर फोकस करें। सर इसका ऑडियो के लिए ना एक माइक यहाँ पे रख देंगे, ये आउल के ये बोलने लगा स्पीकर यार वो बाहर निकल Sir, example. International experience. Yes, yes, yeah. What's going? That's the language. Yes. वो ऐसा माइक टीचर ऐसा कर देंगे तो
साउंड आना चाहिए ना.
how come we have connected owl ना इसमें स्पीकर में जाने के लिए there should be something.
You click
No, we cannot connect that 3.5 MHz.
Bluetooth के साथ कनेक्ट कर सकते हो. No, the system will have the Bluetooth. No?
But speaker should have ना. So yeah. No.
तो भी क्या करेंगे?
तो ये माइक को ऐसा इधर रख देना. साउंड कम है इसके लिए साउंड को बढ़ा देना.
शायद फिर ये भी फ्लिकर करने लगा.
आज तक
वो उसी का नाम है इसमें बोला था उसको.
And agricultural production today same space of the same carry plants. Oh, contamination of
Are you representing IIT Mandi?
Sure, sir is also there.
okay.
I am just trying to participate.
Show system.
Even in the
all shading. Shading happening as
How are you? I just
I'm very sorry that I didn't make it. I'm going for migration, but that's the like a chance to set something. Results. People and my document is very seriously. Must not share this. I still.
आप ये वीडियो वाला आपका है पर ये ना ये मैंने ये कनेक्ट किया है रिफी मैंने सारे वो किए हैं. कभी कभी अचानक से फ्लिकर करता है उधर वाले वो तो एक्चुअली ना रिजोल्यूशन का इशू है और हमने इसमें रिजोल्यूशन सेट करवा रखा है. हाँ, इस वजह से अगर आप उसमें इसको कनेक्ट कर सके डिवाइस के साथ तो उसमें क्या है ना कि कोई भी सॉफ्टवेयर लोड ही नहीं हो रहा. टीम्स ओपन किया तो वो हैंग कर दिया. इसलिए कनेक्ट करेंगे इसमें और रेजोल्यूशन मैं चेक करता हूं. Yeah, I didn't just sit here. Super right on the and then we will call it.
Road is once like once they're here, they sit here and stay here. Okay. Working?
Yeah, just trying to refill the whole analog system so they have VGA cable even as the English. So they have building IT system will be like
Nation of
Okay, good luck.
yes.
this as a guitar.
Yeah.
Show here. How the system is playing. Actually, the spot system is down about all years. Shape. Okay, I'll just get the system.
इसलिए क्या डिस्प्ले सेटिंग इस पर लास्ट वो रिजर्वेशन दिखा जो मैं सेट कर रहा हूं एक रिजर्वेशन चेक करो No, let's check out. 6 by 7 6 ये ऊपर वाला आपने डिस्प्ले बंद किया है इसका क्यों नहीं आगे उधर तो आगे नहीं हाँ चलो उधर वो वाला करता हूँ इसको भी कम करना रिजोल्यूशन का मिला डिस्प्ले में इसका तो ठीक हो गई 19 अभी भी 19 तो इसको चेंज करना पड़ेगा ये चीज कैसे दोनों स्क्रीन पे ना स्केल को तो नहीं है कुछ yeah. I think in I don't keep resolution with those laws. It's the intentional just सर एक बार आएंगे मुझे एक बार मुझे आएंगे आगे यूज appreciate क्या कर रही है इस तरह से वैसे भी करना है इसको हमने सेट करवा रखा है बिजी हो गए ना ठीक है कैसे कैसे चलेगा हमारे वाले में सॉफ्टवेयर नहीं डाल रखे हैं हमारे वाले लैपटॉप में सॉफ्टवेयर नहीं है से एक्टिव सिग्नल मोड जो है ये बंद क्यों डाल और स्विच कर सकते हैं स्विच हो जाएगा ये ऐसे चेंज क्यों कर रहे हैं पेन वाला नहीं एप्पल तो नहीं है एक टीवी बंद कर फंसे इसमें काम कैसे चलेगा कुछ लगा ये टीवी बंद कर दो ना यार क्या पता बंद कर दो ये एक्टिव सिग्नल मोड का ये हम लोग ट्रैक करेगा तो कहीं सेकंड बहुत दिक्कत होगी तो ये जो ऑप्शन होता है ये फंक्शन ऑफ पैसा जो है हाँ नहीं
इतना तो डुप्लीकेट में किया हुआ है तुम्हारा नाम नहीं सही है
For the opening session, I would like to invite Mr. Vineet Bhatia from Grant Thornton to be hosting this session. Vineet is an executive director in Grant Thornton in India and leads renewables and new energy practice for the firm. He's been working in the field of renewable energy with corporates, government, PSUs, multilateral and bilateral agencies in India and abroad. He's been working in the field of APV with multiple state governments on developing policies and running implementation programs. I would also request all the esteemed guests to be on the dais. Dr. A.K. Tripati ji from MNRE. Tripati ji is a scientist G advisor at MNRE and has worked as an ex-director general at NISC. He has done his master's from IIT Kharagpur and has a PhD in biomass from IIT Delhi. Sir, please have your seat. Chief guest RB Singh ji. RB Singh ji was the member of Farmers Commission headed by Professor MS Swaminathan. RB Singh ji is a very senior person with more than 25 years of experience with food and agricultural organization before he returned to India. He's also the farmer chairman at the ASRB. Dr. A.K. Singh ji, the director of IARI, he has made pioneering contributions in the basic and applied research on rice genetics, breeding, and molecular breeding. His significant research contributions include development of 14 varieties of basmati rice and world's finest supergrain aromatic rice, hybrid Pusa RH10. I also invite Henrik Pezon from GIZ India. He has an internationally seasoned team leader and project director, bringing over 15 years of experience in project management, implementation, ensuring the efficient and effective utilization of funds with high local acceptance. He has a foundation with MBA with specialization in renewable energies. Finally, I invite Dr. Prakash ji from NISE. He is the Deputy Director General at NISE, heading solar photovoltaic activities in the institute. He has obtained his PhD in Electrical and Computer Engineering Department and has an MTech from IIT Mumbai. Vineet, the dais is yours.
Thank you, Rahul. A very good morning to all of you. My name is Vineet, and I have been supporting GIZ, NICE. Hello, is it audible now? Yeah. Sorry. Hi, a very good morning to all of you. My name is Vineet, and I have been supporting NICE, IARI, and GIZ in working on the concept of Center of Excellence for Agri PV. I think all of us today, when we have gathered to discuss about Agri PV, there are a lot of questions which runs around in our minds. This morning, just out of curiosity, I was just Googling and trying to see what Google says about Agri PV. So if you Google Agri PV, the definition you get is putting up agricultural produce in a land and putting up the PV panels on the same land. How simple is it? Or it is not. It's quite a complex kind of thing if we would like to deliberate on it. But by the name, it looks very, very simple. But it is not simple, wherein when we are talking about a community which is very vulnerable and a community which is being represented by more than 50% of our population. More than 50% of our population is involved in agri and allied activities. And when we work on such a concept, wherein such a large population is involved, we have to be very, very cautious whatever we are producing and whatever we are going to bring up in the terms of policies and implementation programs and the roadmaps. Hence, the concept of Agri PV becomes very important, and so does the Center of Excellence. I will not deliberate much into the Center of Excellence, which would be taken up by the speakers later. But just as an introduction, Agri PV is a very novel concept wherein we are observing that land is not available in plenty going forward. As a country, we have set up huge and tremendous targets for us. And to meet these targets, we need a lot of land to set up solar project, to set up maybe biomass project, wind projects, small hydro projects. So we have to find out solutions wherein we can have a dual usage of land. Again, dual usage of land looks very exciting. If anybody can say that, yes, this is a very noble concept. Let's use land. We put up our agricultural produce there and we put up solar panels above it. But it is not that simple. That's why to answer those questions, to bring out those kind of policies and technologies which can lead to creation of a dedicated roadmap for the country, we need Center of Excellence. We need dedicated and tremendous efforts needs to be inputted so that we can get something good out of the Agri PV concept for our country. Here we are talking about the farmers. Nobody, even when we go to the implementation part, and some of my friends are here from the States as well, having worked with them in past, I know how difficult it is for them to implement such kind of programs where farmers are involved. We know currently the status of pumping sector in the country. Government has put in a lot of efforts, both at the central level and the state level, so that solar pumps could be adopted. At least we are at a point now when everybody understands solar pump, but everybody do not understand Agri PV at this point of time. So I think together, all of us, we have to put a concerted effort so that we can get to a good level wherein Agri PV can be promoted very judiciously. I'm using the word judiciously again because we are working with the agricultural community. So judiciously, and it has to be implemented in a way that leads to a tremendous adoption for our country. Today, when we talk about India, nobody can ignore in any of the sectors of India. You talk about energy, you talk about green hydrogen, you talk about battery energy storage. Everybody wants to do business in India. So together as stakeholders for this sector, my only thing or only point here would be that we have to bring this sector of Agri PV at the same level that everybody wants to do business in Agri PV in the country. So I'll take a pause here, and because we have such a learned guest here, and I would also be able to learn a lot of good and new things from them. So with this, I once again welcome all of you, all the dignitaries present from MNRE, from IARI, and the related institutions, NICE, and the stakeholders from the states and the private sector fraternity. So now I would like to request for the special address, Dr. A.K. Tripati from MNRE to come and give a special address for the event so that we can start with the event. Thank you very much.
थैंक यू वेरी मच सर. आप सभी को बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन और नमस्कार. It's always pleasant to come to this institute. I always feel the homecoming to this institute because I have the background of agriculture engineering and serving this ministry for the last 38 years. So thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to meet my old colleagues here, so many old colleagues. DK Singh ji is here. I.M. Mishra ji is, I think, yeah, he's expected to come. So this has been the effort of MNRE and our colleague DK Singh to establish, to conceptualize, and to work with GIZ to establish this center over here. So I'm very thankful to IARI and their administration for considering, for rendering all the facilities which are available in this institute for establishing the center and bringing a new era of Agri PV in this country. In fact, the Agri PV alone MNRE cannot do it. Alone agriculture cannot do it. It's a combination of both. So for the first time, the Ministry of Agriculture, IARI, MNRE, NICE, and all GIZ, of course, with the support of GIZ, all we have come together to conceptualize and work for this institution. And I'm sure that it will go a very, very long way. A very detailed potential assessment has been carried out in this sector. Of course, this technology has been developed and being used. I would not say developed, it is being used in many of the European countries, but in our country also, very few experiments have been done so far. It's not in a very structured way to come in the program, in a programmatic approach. So few experiments have been done, few pilots have been done, but they are not enough. It's not enough. It needs to be propagated. It needs to be brought into the mainstream of our various programs. And I'm sure that with the support of both the organizations, we will be in a position in India to bring this technology forward. As per the study, more than 3,000, I think there are the estimates are ranging from 3,000 to 13,000 gigawatt of the PV installation under their facilities to each other without any commercial angles between them. Of course, JP Singh ji is here, so I am just requesting him for all the areas working in this direction. Let us not be commercial between IRI and then only we can, because once you become commercial, you will need a lot of approvals, lot of systems, lot of to fight with. So now lastly, there is in MNRE also, there is a scheme PM Kusum. I'll not speak much. Madam Suman Chandra is here. She will give more elaborations. And what I feel is that the Agri PV can be directly applied. Agri PV can they can take the benefit of the schemes which are Agri PV. Agri PV can be directly applied into our PM Kusum components. Few components where the photovoltaic power plants are to be set up by the farmers in their fields. So under that, if that is a combination of Agri PV, so that's going to be very useful. I do not know whether subsidies and the support would be available for this thing or not. That needs to be discussed. That needs to be done. If not, the IRI or this center can recommend to MNRE to consider this either a separate under this MNRE and agriculture also, either as a separate program or getting it into the ambit of PM Kusum scheme, because there is a structure PM Kusum. It's all over the country. It is being implemented. To inject something into that would be little easier than making a new program. So with this, I would like to close my talk. And I'm very happy to see it again, this center becoming a reality. Thank you so much for inviting me for this talk. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your positive comments, I would say, and giving us all those positive inputs that how the two institutions have to work together to bring this center of excellence into reality, and how to prioritize on the kind of activities which needs to be uptaken for the sector. So thank you, sir, for your kind remarks. I would now like to invite the chief guest for the session and address by him, Dr. R.B. Singh ji. Sir, please, we would invite you for your key comments in the session. Yes, sir. Yeah. Okay, and I was told that sir would. So we can have his address at the end also, sir. That is fine. That is fine. At the end. Okay. So then we will move on, sir. I would like to invite Dr. Dhura Ram, Additional Commissioner from NRM, if he is around. He's not there. So, okay. So then we will invite Dr. A.K. Singh, sir, Director IARI.
A very good morning to each one of you. Most esteemed Professor R.V. Singh, Chief Guest of today's program, former Director of IRI, and former member of National Commission on Farmers. Single guest on the dais, we have Dr. Tripati, Hendrik, J.P. Singh, and we also have with us Professor Alok Sikka, a pioneer in this field who started, Agri PV system in ICR long back in 2015. Madam Chandra, I would like to extend a warm welcome to each one of you to this very important program that Indian Agriculture Research Institute, in collaboration with National Institute of Solar Energy, under the ambit of MNRE, is going to initiate with help of GIZ. So I would like to welcome all the partners of this very important program that we are going to take up today. We have Professor R.V. Singh here with us, and I remember in 1995, when he was director of this institute, he initiated the first of its kind program on protected cultivation with help of Israeli government in 1995. The impact of that program was that today in the country, we have almost 28 Center of Excellence on protected cultivation, which have been built in collaboration with the Israeli government. Almost every state has got now one Center of Excellence. So institute like IRI has been, in fact, in past also, a show window for any new technology, any new initiative that is coming in the country. And through IRI, not only we have, most of the times the dignitaries from other countries visiting the institute, and this is a place where invariably all heads of the states are brought to see what is happening in the field of agriculture. And therefore, what happens on agri photovoltaic on this campus will not only get through the country, but also throughout the world and those places where we don't have such initiative as yet. I'm thankful to MNRE for choosing us for this job, and also it's truly nice to be working with NICE. So thank you for this. And recently I got an opportunity to go to Amsterdam for the second European Agrivoltaic Conference, and Abhinav was with me from GIZ, and also the officials from NRE. It was a great experience to have the interaction with the participants from throughout the Europe and also other countries, and to see what kind of progress globally has happened in this particular field. While we have just started talking about it, of course, the challenges in those countries are very different than the challenges that we are going to face in India when we bring in practice the agrivoltaics. We had an opportunity to go to, and also we had some of the commercial investors and big planners, and Vivek also, and a number of people who joined us. We went to see one of the, animal farm, the grazing land, where Netherlands farmer had put agrivoltaics on a large area of about 70, 80 acres. Now, these were the vertical ones, having bifacial installation. The efficiency was very good, but I was just imagining to see what difficulty the cows and the animals must be facing in the grazing when they have to go straight, then turn 90 degree, come back again, then turn 90 degree and go straight, and how it is going to affect the psyche of these animals and the effect of this change in psyche on the production of milk. Now, this is a basic study that needs to be done, and that animal scientists, animal physiologists have to really take up these studies. How do you see, today in India, we have started marketing ghee. I went to one farmer nearby Delhi. His name is Satyavan, and he calls himself as Organic Chacha. His brand is Organic Chacha. You can Google, you can find. And the ghee from his cow sells for 2,800 rupees a kg, while normal ghee will be 700, 800 rupees. So I said, what is the USP? Why he has about 20 animals on his farm, and he has orders. In fact, he is not able to supply. He said, what is your USP? How you are able to sell? And he said, कि मैं अपनी गायों को कभी रस्सी से बांधता नहीं हूँ. I never tie my cows with any rope. They are allowed to graze freely, and that is my USP, that I am producing this ghee without putting the animal to any kind of stress. So on the other side, we are going to create stress, and what effect it will have on the productivity and the marketability, because there are different kinds of people. So these are all the issues, in fact, which are the matter of research, and Dr. Tripati pointed out very nicely what are the challenges that are before us, whether it is taxation issues that has to be taken up with the government, whether agrivoltaic power generated used back in agriculture, its carbon footprint reduction can be part of carbon farming, carbon credit. Those are all issues that needs to be really studied in detail. We have, you see, for example, I said European system, mostly you have grassland, grazing lands. Here, when it comes to field crops, we can understand with the, some horticultural crops, vegetables, leafy crops, the model can work well. But when it comes to field crops, what is the compensation point at which, we have to take a decision whether we should go for field crops or we don't go for it. I was looking into some papers where, some studies have recently done by Japanese scientists where they have used agrivoltaic for rice production. And they allow 27 to 39% maximum shading, not beyond that. And this up to 39% shading leads to a yield reduction of about 20%. So 80% yield is sustained with 39% shading. Now, imagine a situation where you have 44 million hectare area under rice put to agrivoltaics, which is not going to happen, and it will not be a commercially viable proposition. But if that happens, with 20% loss in yield, you will have roughly 20 million tons of rice reduction in yield. 25 million tons reduction in rice yield and our current export of rice is 25 million tons. So from exporting country, we will be just sufficient in food grain production. Now, these kinds of decisions, when it comes to rice, when it comes to wheat, it comes to pulses, oil seeds, how far we can go for agrivoltaics production, what kind of model, tracking system, bifacial, top model, ground mounted, and so on and so forth. So all these are part of research, and that's where I'm very happy, that this joint collaboration of NICE with IRI with help of NRE and GIZ aims to harness the potential of Agri PV, combining agricultural practices and solar photovoltaic technology to drive sustainable agricultural and renewable energy development in India. The Center of Excellence will also work towards development of a comprehensive crop productivity matrix, which is specific to Agri PV system. The major focus and the objective of this center would be development of innovative areas for photovoltaics, provide technical assistance and support for establishment of Agri PV pilots in India, advance research, innovation and knowledge exchange in the integration of solar energy and agriculture, cooperation on Agri PV for the Indian market between Indian and German research institutions, and the Center of Excellence will focus on optimizing land use, enhancing energy efficiency, increasing agricultural productivity, and promoting sustainable and renewable development, particularly in terms of rural economy. The initial phase, we have 1 megawatt Agri PV installation proposal, which will have 250 kilowatt multi-component. It will include overhead Agri PV with tracking system, overhead Agri PV without tracking, and then vertical solar installation and ground-mounted PV. The data which will be generated through the research program at IRI will definitely be a guiding force for taking critical decision in relation to policy matters for both Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy Resources, and taking the technology to farmers and country-wide. Investment is another major concern. Who are the people who are going to invest in this area? And the investors, of course, will definitely look for some kind of profit margin. How that profit is going to be shared between the investors and the farmers, because ultimately when we promote Agri PV, we are saying we are going to enhance the farmers' productivity, overall economic productivity of farmers per unit land that he is holding. So today, if a farmer rents out his land for farming to a neighboring farmers without doing anything, in states like Punjab, Haryana, Western UP, he gets about 50,000 to 60,000 rupees per acre without doing anything. He simply gives his land and the neighboring farmers will come and cultivate rice and wheat, 2 crops primarily, and he gives him 60,000 rupees per acre per year. Now, what is that going to bring more return for the farmers when we compare with the existing system? The farmer who is cultivating the land, he is paying an advance 60,000 rupees to the landowner. But the one who is cultivating is getting about 30 quintal of rice and about 20 quintals of wheat. And put together in terms of value, it is about 1,20,000 rupees total return he is getting. Out of that, almost, you can put about 50,000 rupees, that is cost of cultivation. So his yearly return is about 50,000 rupees for 1 year with all his family labors and other things. So how we can enhance the profitability of that farmers, and if Agri PV are going to be put on this land, basically this will be the property of the owner of the land, not the person to whom it is leased out. So all those are the aspects which are the societal aspects, and probably involving the social scientists also. Dr. D.K. Singh is very important. Dr. D.K. Singh is a very committed scientist. He is going to look after this project from IRI side, and it is his consistent efforts that we have come to this particular stage today. Once again, I would like to welcome each one of you, and we look forward for very productive partnership, and we hope that through this initiative, we will be able to meet the net zero 2050 target of Government of India in at least at a minuscule level. Thank you very much.
Sir, if you could launch the one slide. No, one slide. Or just a center of excellence. We want to showcase to everybody that there is a center of excellence.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. So thank you, sir, for the launch of event and for your key words and your focus on research, which has to go there on the agricultural side. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Henrik from GIZ for his launch of report and initial comments.
So thank you very much. Esteemed audience, online, offline, dear partners, honorable guests, it's an honor for me to be here today on this important day, the launch of the Center of Excellence, but also on the workshop of Agri PV. We have come a long way. I think a year ago, we have signed the MOU with IRI, starting this whole process under the guidance of MNRE. And when I see where we are now today, we are spearheading globally the development in the Agri PV sector. GIZ is supporting with 2 projects globally, one in Colombia and the other one here in India. So it shows already the significant importance the sector actually is playing also for the German Development Corporation. We are financed by the German government, are putting or expertise on the ground and using experts like Grant Thornton, Fraunhofer, and other experts who are pioneers in the sector for the benefit of whole India. So I'm not only here to have a few welcoming words, but I'm also here to launch the report, which we have designed in the past 2 years, also under the guidance of NMNRE, identifying pan-India the potentials for Agri PV. So there's also an online atlas. Later on, you will get a more detailed introduction to all of this. But I think now it's the moment where I should get the report, and I would invite Dr. Tripati, please, next to me, so I can hand over this valuable report to MNRE, please. So, Dr. Tripati, it's my honor. Yes. So I cut a little bit shorter everything. I think we're running out of time as well. So German efficiency also here. And welcome everybody again. And I hope very much for a fruitful event. And I would like to invite Dr. Singh for the final words. Yes. One photo, yes, okay, very important. I'm sorry, I didn't have the agenda point for the photo, but that's the important. Yeah. Everybody stand up.
Yeah. Please, if you can unwrap and have a photo, please.
Big round of applause.
Thank you, Henrik. So I would now like to invite Dr. Prakash for his keynote address. Sir, please.
Distinguished speaker on the dais, my colleague from MNRE and all the audience. It's really pleasure to be part of this Center of Excellence and today joining this Agri PV workshop, which is as a part of this center. First of all, I would like to thank MNRE and GIZ and IRI to their support and conceptualizing this Center of Excellence, which is going to be really the game changer for Agri PV growth in this country. So, if we talk about Agri PV, this is basically the sharing the resources. Photovoltaic also need land plus sun. the same thing needed by agriculture, land, as well as sun. So now how we can jointly work together. So this is the whole concept. As our all honorable speaker also mentioned the importance of agro PV, and then what we can achieve from it. So if we think about like how we can share the resources in best optimized way, that is the real challenge. Currently, we know that the PV technology, where we generate electricity directly from sunlight, is very mature technology, and worldwide we are using it extensively. And agriculture, we have a lot of research already done, but there is not much has been done on the, like, if we combine these two. And combination doesn't mean like they are competitor. Actually they are complement to each other. So we are sharing the resources, and output should not be like a 1 plus 1 is equal to 2. We want to make it 3, 4, 5 and plus, and so on. So whatever revenue or whatever resources we are putting in this one, and what we are getting from Agri PV, and this should be maximized either in form of crop or in form of energy. But at the same time, as director mentioned, that food is the primary need. So we have to uh, keep this in mind, that energy comes at us level 2 for us. So we have to optimize, keeping in mind that we are not affecting the food production from a particular piece of land. So if I talk about the challenges, real challenges, what we can face, the first most challenge is the standardization and then guidelines, because right now and the enough setup pilots knowledge is not available. So we are not sure that this is Agri PV or that is Agri PV, and also how they should be working together. So this is the topic which has to be put the effort on. So there's a big scope for this center to do R&D on like a different aspect, that how the climatic condition or microclimate will change when we put PV on some piece of land, and underneath there is a crop, and same time PV might have some difference in the performance. For example, you will have more moisture, and I think most of our solar guys knows that PV hate moisture actually. So we have to tackle that long-term durability. So all these things has to be studied, and this is a part of part of the scope of this center. Then second and the most important thing is user acceptance, because Agri PV we have to think of, it's not like we are shifting, we are asking some farmer that don't grow your crop, put it PV. Of course he might be get more benefit in financial term, but keeping in mind in food security, we have to make a way that user can accept it easily, and then without affecting the current practices. Because when we want to go from current practices of farming with a new practice where PV comes into the picture, then this is like a lot of changes will be there. And to those who are not expert of PV and expert of other things, they know only that my farming is this way. So we have to train them, teach them. So with this, I'm very thankful that with this Center of Excellence, we will be doing more and more research. And as Tripati sir mentioned that during his tenure at DG NICE, we already started activities at NICE related to some Agri PV. And there we were just developing or analyzing some performance when you put photovoltaic in a different scenario, then how much will be the generation from it. And still we are doing that. And recently we are in the like a final stage of putting a plant, and together with this to study the microclimate underneath the PV panel. So this is ongoing work, and with the help of the Center of Excellence, I'm sure our effort will be like a push really hard, and then we will be able to generate more and more knowledge. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your remarks, and again deliberating on the point that coexistence is very important. So I think now we move towards the address which all of us have been eagerly waiting for, address by our chief guest, Dr. R.B. Singh ji. So may I please request sir to for his kind remarks.
Thanks.
A very good morning to each one of you, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable Director of the Institute, Dr. A.K. Singh, distinguished colleagues on the dais and off the dais, press media, ladies and gentlemen, thanks for the opportunity you gave me to learn a lot, something which I think I would have otherwise not been able to go in that detail. And also give me an opportunity to recall my 1995 initiative at this Institute of IRI to begin with the Israelis connections, a very comprehensive, the first National Center of Excellence of protected agriculture. And that has now multiplied several times, and several institutes like this have come in this country. So 94, 95, and today is 2024. Again, I have the privilege of a similar kind of a situation where I find that something absolutely of the same wonderful new initiative is being thought of and being initiated. And congratulations to IRI and the other partners for really launching the Center of Excellence. And I hope you'll excel in the process in really serving the society, both not only in terms of energy, but also in terms of food security and so on and so forth. A special thanks to Henrik, you, and to other colleagues and other partners who have been, MNRE particularly, also who have been really contributing to this overall getting together where 1 + 1 + 1 is not 3, but 111. And this synergistic interaction is much more important today in this competitive world that, that we can never think of, particularly when you are initiating something absolutely new and really try to see that you are able to balance the generation of energy and at the same time the generation of food and food security. So as has been said, that the farmer's field is not only the annadata giving ann to the people and food security, farmers' field are also becoming the source of energy. It is the Shakti Data, the one who is giving not only ann, but also energy, Shakti. So energy and food together, and of course, both help each other in developments and their growth. Therefore, I see this design of synergy, which is being set up as the Center of Excellence, is extremely, extremely appropriate and most timely. This is the need of the day, and I remember that the mention which has been made in the report, the very first word, that please remember that one size does not fit all. And I think this is again very important to do that kind of a work in a country like India, which is having one of the largest variations in the agroclimatic conditions, ecoregions, and so on and so forth. If you do the finder analysis, you have so many distinct sets of the combinations of the climate, the temperature, the kind of livelihood, security, and so on and so forth that you can't find in many other countries. Therefore, to working under these different conditions in India is amazing, and the possibilities of opening many more, as a hub and center and hub relationship with the central agriculture universities, with the state agriculture universities, with many of the ICR, more than 100 institutes of the ICR, at some stage becoming a partner in the process will be extremely important. Renewable energy technologies are definitely very crucial for the sustainable environmental conservation that we all are aiming for. The moment we talk of conservation in a sustainable manner, we are reminded of the zero balance and the total carbon economy, and the whole system, when we talk of the carbon economy, goes in the same chain as we are contemplating today, to think that nothing is left out in the process. We would also like to underline that the nexus between food energy and the normal energy that we are contemplating, the solar energy, is so important and possible that with the proper research and kind of indulgence of innovation and technology transfer, if we can really undertake this, it will open a new chapter for the whole world. And this, I think, is the beginning of a new thinking process, so that it is applying a system approach. We are able to see that the data series that we are able to get through makes sense for the humanity. So the humanity is served by science, and the data collection, the involvement of all the entire society, the smallholder farmer to large farmers, or to those who are modelers and who are establishing the energy resources at the ground level, they all have to work together to make it sure that honest data, the really properly collected data, is fed, so that if you feed the right thing, you get the right answer. If you feed the wrong thing, you get the wrong answer. And I hope this doesn't happen. We would also like to see that there is an alignment of this national solar mission and the food security mission in totality. And therefore, the agrovoltaics or photovoltaics and so on and so forth, these are all the nominations which come in between. But let me tell you that ultimately, the synergy of all these factors, whether we call the solar energy, we call the generation and the agricultural output, the food security, all have to work for the humanity at large. And this service should be based on the social, economic, ecological, and environmental sustainability and synergy. And synergy, again, this is where I want to repeat 1 + 1 + 1 is 111. I would also like to mention that the various federations which are studying these various combinations of the photovoltaic factors and so on, they are indeed encouraging, and the outcome so far in India, although in an initial stage, although limited numbers, but these have been quite interesting. And the adoption of whether the height of the crop, which crop, where to grow, what will it make a difference? How about if you bring the livestock? How about if you bring the fisheries also in the process? If you have the total integrated farming system involved, not only crops or this or that, but the entire integrated farming system, along with the energy regeneration, will be important. Because agriculture is not just crops. Agriculture is very comprehensive, including the human being. The person behind the plow is as important in agriculture as the person who purchases the outcome and the outputs of your produce. So this totality has to be kept in mind, and there has to be a total characterization of all components of the system. Therefore, for example, if we are selecting a crop to be an intercropping system, you have to measure all its height, its sunlight requirements, its roots penetration, crop life and growing season, and so on and so forth. I just want to mention just a few highlights and points that the work done so far, and particularly when IRI is taking the responsibility to be one of the main leaders in this process in a country like India. And mind you, 40 to 45% of the major technologies in development of genetic improvement or the new technologies, as well as in machinery or drones, even if you call, or the artificial intelligence, very often come from this campus. So, my dear friends, those who are collaborating and cooperating with IRI, you are very fortunate that you have this opportunity of this leadership, which has already proven its merit over decades. And today, this is the situation which I just mentioned to you. So, what is happening that if we are seeing the impact on the totality of the agricultural development or crop yields, we must be able to see that whatever we come up with is implementable. Implementation is very important. Unless it is implementable, probably we will be just beating around the bush. I want the time has come, implementable, make the impact be seen by those who are implementing, whether they are the business partners, whether they are the farmers, or whether they are the marketers, and so on and so forth. The key to the commercialization of the agrivoltaics lies in really making it sure the attractiveness of this process is through the logical involvement and testing of the business models most viable in the Indian context. Because business models could be of various combinations, so I think this is again very important. The social scientists with the human scientists, those who understand the behavior should also be involved in the process. We also know if you have to go and select the different regions where you can demonstrate the impact easily. Of course, the arid and semi-arid zones are the best zones where you can get the impact easily seen. Also, we have to make it sure that the state governments and the central government do work together. Very often I have noticed that the central government and the state governments are not on the same wavelength. And with that kind of antagonism, there is always a drawback. I would urge very strongly as we begin with that there is all concerned ministry, and I am very sure that the Kusum, that as you all can see, the Prime Minister in the city of Kusum really brings that ministry, and we have the new ministry, MNRE, which is looking into this total process. We have also many new ministries, Ministry of Education also, if you see. So all those, the human resource development, the peer development, the involvement of the concerned ministries together, so that we are able to see the collective nature of taking a decision at the central level that should everybody be taxed similarly? Or if somebody is really giving you energy at the same time food, should be treated differently than someone who is not doing both the things equally well? Now, I think there is a need for using science-based technique and technology to differentiate. You should be able to differentiate. And with the differentiated accountability and responsibility at the ground level, if you are able to give the nation a message, that will go a long way in allowing the things to happen. Permit me finally to congratulate the Indian Agriculture Research Institute for launching this very important activity today, and the Center of Excellence for Agrivoltaics in India. I wish all the partners, the best of the best, and wish you the outstanding achievements and a new India through the process of working together through saving energy, creating energy, ensuring enhanced food security. So humanity is served, the energy is served, the planet is served. So you will have a different, happy, peaceful planet. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for I think the motto which sir has given, it's the responsibility of all of us to work together towards this motto being achieved of the happy planet through all the points which sir mentioned. I would once again like to thank each and every one of you for taking your time and attending this event. I am sure all the discussions and sessions which are going further in the day, they will be much more enlightening, and we will be brainstorming on a lot of new ideas. So I think with not much delay, we can move on to next sessions. And again, thank you very, very much to all the dignitaries on the dais and for a special launch of the Center of Excellence. Thank you very much. Over to you, Rahul.
I'd request all the guests to stay back for a picture and felicitation. I would like to invite Dr. P.K. Sahu, the head of Division Agriculture, to present a small memento to everybody on the dais. The R.B. Singh ji, A.K. Singh ji, Dr. A.K. Tripati ji, Henrik Persson, Jai Prakash Singh ji, and Vinit Bhatia ji. Once again, we thank all of you to have been here and given us some very informative and intellectual insights. Thank you. Yeah, okay. Can all the guests again also stay back for a group picture? Because most of them would be probably leaving after this session. So whoever are here, it can be nice to have a group session together. Yeah, group picture together. I request everybody to come together for a picture. Yes. Huh? Yeah. Outside, sir. Outside is better. Yes, yes. Yeah. Yeah, okay. We would take a picture outside of the building. So we will gather here again in the next 10 minutes. Yeah.
So you get it? It really like very sad for the person inside of me. Very much to just push everybody. I would just because I don't know. I think it's that would be. Yeah, I think that's. I mean, next year is still the you go in our partnership with the money. Let's say. Here. Yeah, I've texted now. Let's see now what to do. ठीक है रखना है ना? Speaker view. Okay. अभी जब बदलने नहीं कर रखा है हाँ मैडम स्पीड legally कोई नहीं people are doing एक मैंने subject चीज़ subject is your subject setting in house हाँ subject वो setting है चलो मैं उनसे वार्डनेस करता हूँ कि and all that really sounds good. No. Oh.
We now move on to the next session. We will be here focusing on the policies. So here we have Suman Chandraji, Deputy Secretary at MNRE and a Maharashtra cadre IAS officer and now Director, is in charge for the implementation of Kusum scheme at MNRE. We welcome her very warmly to have accepted to be here with us on this very great occasion. We also invite Ms. Angela Hansen, Kanzlei an der Luhe. She's an advocate in Germany, expert in the Agri PV legislation in Germany. She's the legal advisor for Vattenfall in establishing several solar parks. She's a member of German Association for the Agrivoltaic, member of German Consortium for DIN Spec 91492 with specific requirements in animal husbandry. She grew up in a dairy farm with sheep and horses and also have 150 cattle that she owns right now. We have the next participant, Saptak Ghosh from C-STEP. He's working as a senior policy specialist at C-STEP with bachelor's degree in electrical engineering and master's degree in sustainable energy technology. He has an experience in working with policymakers and industry in the use of digital technology to find innovative solutions for power sector in India. Apart from this, we have virtual participation from Andreas Schweiger from University of Hohenheim. He's a professor at the University of Hohenheim in the Department of Plant Ecology with a dissertation award by the Ecology Society of Germany, Austria, and Switzerland. He has a PhD in ecology. He's the chair of biogeography at the University of Beirut. I would now request Dr. Suman Chandra, Ms. Suman Chandra, to please come and speak about the Kusum component at MNRE.
Padma Bhushan, Dr. R.B. Singh, dignitaries on the dais. We had a very brilliant introductory session which has put things in perspective. But just to reiterate, why are we discussing this today? Globe is going through a severe climate crisis, and that crisis needs addressing from various sectors. Under the UNFCCC framework, which is the International Framework for Climate Action, we report mitigation outcomes. And incidentally, India does not report mitigation outcomes from a follow sector. And that's essentially because they are our sustenance emissions. So what is the scope for decarbonizing the agriculture sector? One promising factor that emerges then is agrovoltaics, which allows for the co-location of agriculture as well as renewable energy generation and distribution. Recognizing the interface between energy, water, and food, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy in 2019 launched a scheme called PM Kusum. PM Kusum comprises of 3 components. Component A is essentially establishment of renewable energy power plants, which are small, from 500 kV to 2 megawatt. So under component B, we are focusing on the installation of solar pumps by sort of deploying solar pumps instead of diesel pumps, which are polluting in nature and emit and have high emission factors. In component C, we allow for the solarization of the entire feeder, which allows for shifting the agricultural need of the farmers during the daytime through a feeder level solarization. Now, as the scheme was launched, it was hit by COVID, like most other things during the global pandemic. The supply chains broke. So the initial 2 years of PM Kusum implementation became very lukewarm because there were other priorities for the nation as well as farmers to sort of look at in the immediate term. Now, PM Kusum is taking off brilliantly, at least in component B and component C. Component A is still our Achilles heel, which I feel has a potential to be addressed by rethinking it in terms of agrovoltaic. As per the definition of agrovoltaic, we have a candid discussion in the former session that there is a lack of standards, there's a lack of definition. So that gap has to be filled going forward. But how will we fill that definition gap? Filling that definition gap requires success of several pilot models that you're going to do in various agroclimatic zones. We know in the larger nomenclature and larger phenomena of urban climate science that because of the concretization of the urban land, there is an urban heat island effect. Similarly, we have to study in the agricultural sector, is the deployment of PV giving us any leverage to turn the barren land into cultivable land? And this kind of experiment have been done in the dry agroclimatic zones by some of our partners, and they have found that sandy, barren lands have been able to transform into cultivable land. So these are the potential areas which kind of give a very positive outlook to looking at agro PV very positively. But is that enough? Is the question. We definitely have a conflict of food security, water availability, as well as energy availability to look at from a very holistic point of view and its impact in the long and the medium term. However, having said that, what do we have available with us in terms of policy infrastructure that can be harnessed for us to yield results which will help accelerate agro PV? I have a capacity of 10 gigawatt available alone under component A. That is more than half the capacity deployed in Agri PV globally. Globally, we have 16 to 20% of the agro PV deployed, and most of it's in Germany, thanks to brilliant researchers in Fraunhofer. And now Japan is experimenting big time with crops like rice, which you heard in the previous session. That capacity that is available under PM Kusum A can overlap with the pilots that you are planning to accelerate through this Center of Excellence. We have the potential to overlap those pilots in this 10 gigawatt capacity so that by the time of the end term of PM Kusum, which is 2026, we have robust evidence for making a decision of translating PM Kusum into PM Kusum 2.0, which looks at the science behind it, the physiology of the plants that allow for a certain category of plants to be grown under it, as well as the tariff, which makes business sense for the business partners. Now, in any Agri PV sector, the stakeholders largely are farmers, the developers, then we have regulatory bodies, then we have government policy makers, and then we have the social scientists who want to exploit and harness it for the research needs. There is something for everybody in this right now. we have at least a performance-based incentive available under component A. The idea of setting a performance-based incentive under component A essentially was that if this technology is mature for the market, there would be enough market players to come and jump in. If they have not been able to jump in for the last 2 years, we have to address, is it the financing need that is thwarting the progress? Is it the lack of proven technology which is thwarting the progress? Or are there any other external factors? So I'm very glad and I congratulate IARI for establishment of this Center of Excellence, because these are the essential questions that would require addressing. I was briefly going through this report while I was just listening to everybody else, and there are some pithy suggestions that the report puts out, and I'll draw your attention to page number 52, if you have the report with you. So it calls for certain actions which will accelerate the deployment of solar PV. The first fact that it highlights is the incentives. They need a clarification notification by MNRE to include a Agri PV system in the definition of solar PV system for all components, to bring more clarity to investors, financing institutions, and discoms. So if the definition is confined to co-locating the Agri along with PV, then that is already available under the guidelines if we read through them carefully. So this agenda is addressed as a matter of suggestion immediately. Second, differential incentive for APV system in terms of CFA over and above existing 30% for component B and C, and additional performance-based incentive over and above existing 0.4 per kilowatt for discoms needs to be there for sort of compensating the differential that comes for the agro PV, because usually the tariff that we achieve through the agro PV is little higher than the other PV tariff. It's almost in the range of 4 to 6 rupees. So who will cover this differential is what essentially we are looking at solving. That can be solved if we have a proper business case and proven success of Agri PV. So this research and these pilot results will play a critical role in putting forward an argument to our Department of Expenditure to allow for that differential tariff through the CFA. And I am so glad that Dr. Singh in the morning mentioned that we have to look at it differently in the sense that we have to look at how science is serving humanity and how the person who's producing the food plus energy shouldn't be treated same as the person just generating energy. So we have one brilliant input in the morning. We need to extrapolate it and start working on it as to how it will play out and what would be the determinants for that. Basically, quantification of this thought that has been placed before the House. Then there is another third suggestion which talks about increasing the research and development budget. Dr. Tripati in the morning have enunciated the R&D need, and towards meeting of that need, we also have the inauguration of this Center of Excellence in the morning. So I think things are looking up. We are sunny sides up already this morning, and I wish you all the best. And as far as PM Kusum is concerned, we'll hit the ground running when 2.0 comes. We have enough science, enough evidence, enough stakeholder support. Thank you.
From an overview of what India is looking at, we now shift the focus to Europe. I'd request Angela to come here and speak about the DINSPEC, which is the Kusum equivalent of Europe.
Thank you so much for the invitation. I'm really happy to be here, especially because I grew up on a farm. I'm a farmer, and I own 60 hectares of agricultural land, and was asked by Vattenfall if they could build a solar farm on my land. And my first reaction was no, definitely no. If you build anything on my land, it has to be Agri PV. And that was 4 years ago. And I feel I have to fight that it really has to be Agri PV on my land, if anything at all. It's not an easy journey to really build Agri PV on your land. And I think many, many people here in India and in Europe and the United States are on the same journey to find out how they can ensure that really Agri PV is built on the land. On that journey, I decided to first go to the fairs in Germany, the Intersolar, which are really interesting and helpful. And I attended conferences in Lisbon, in Amsterdam, in Strasbourg, and now I'm here. The first conference, interestingly, was just with operators and developers. Someone asked, why didn't you invite any farmer? Oh, they didn't ask to, they can organize their own conference. So here am I, happy that so many farmers, universities, and the government specializing in farming are organizing a conference on Agri PV. That's a very, very important step. But meanwhile, it's not only the developers that have to be in the conferences and the farmers, the agricultural sector. It also has to be the law sector to really ensure the investments. And we're talking about millions. We're talking about hundreds, thousands of acres in India and all over the world. And the banks want to invest. The governments want to invest. We need the climate change now, immediately. Not the climate change, sorry. The fight of climate change has to start immediately now, and we cannot wait. I understand what I heard here, and it's so important to have all these studies on Agri PV, but we have to really hurry up. And to hurry up, we want to invest soon, and to invest, we need for the bankability regulation and a clear regulation. So I decided to focus now on the definition of Agri PV. What do we have already? And that was key point of discussion in Strasbourg, and in Amsterdam everybody said, oh, we need a definition, but there was no lawyer to define. There was like only developers and farmers. They help, of course, but you also need lawyers. So what do the other countries do? That's why I'm here to speak to you about what do we already have. We have, of course, we started with the DIN spec. It's a specification in Germany that started in 2021, has a lot of details, but for a definition is rather long. You have to understand that. It's 23 pages long. And so it helps, but it's not a clear definition, but still it's referenced to by the taxation law, the permit law, and so on, the cap law, the premiums from the European Union. But now you have more. You had Japan, then you had laws in Japan, everybody knows that, but the most recent one is in France and in Italy. There they have in the middle of 23, they decided on a law in, let's start with Italy. They said we have a big incentive scheme with which was approved just recently by the European Union. And they said we have simple and advanced Agri PV. So you have different kind of definition parts. And one thing is that the clearance height, I come into more detail later on. And in France, they say you have to be sure, and that's one of the key issues, that agriculture will really continue in a sustainable way. What is that though? The spec said you have to at least have 66% of the yield of a reference area. Also very difficult to define. And then you have the USA. You have now 2 bills. And they also said the one bill, which they want to be enacted, says we have to have research, and then we define. And the second bill is no, we don't need the research. We have to steward the agricultural soil now, because they're building and building and building standard solar farms, and we're losing all the land. So we need a definition. We have to stop them from doing so. If anything is being built, it has to be Agri PV. So they are calling for a soon definition under a second act in the United States. I hope it will come out this year, maybe. So what are the elements of the definition so far? In Germany, we start that we say we don't want to lose that much areas, the maximum lost areas. It has to be either 10 or 15% to this construction. So this is something you have to think about if you define it in India. How much want to lose to the construction of the area? 10 or 15% or more. Then, very important is the minimum vertical clearance. In Germany, they inspect the specification. They say it has to be 2.1 meters. And when sitting in this group, I asked her, why does it have to be 2.1 meters exactly? I don't know if anybody knows, because now other countries are following these 2.1 meters. It has its roots in the workers' protection, because there we have laws in Germany that for the worker protection, people are tall. For the one-ways and for the doors, you need 2.1 meters. And then someone in the Dienstspec said, oh, good, that's good, we take that. So that's why you have everywhere in the world the 2.1 meters. But you still can think, is it really what you want? Do we want to develop on that further? I'm sitting now in the new Dienstspec with animal husbandry, and the poultry people said, wow, that would not help us. We need it lower. We need 1.5 meter or 1.6 meters at the most. So we have to think about having differences in the crops and with different animals in this vertical clearance height. Then you have to think in the definition, and that's a really new part of the definition. It's not new, but it's in the literature, very prominent right now. Someone, Mr. Duprat, he just wrote a really interesting paper on that. He said, we don't need to measure the yield, we can just measure the ground cover ratio. So to make it simple, like how much field is covered by the modules. And this was also something we discussed in the group for the nude inspection. A few weeks ago, some participants came to me and said, well, it's so difficult to measure the yield. Let's just have the ground cover ratio. We can measure that, that's easy, it's easy to control. So what should we take? And then they said, well, it has to look different. It should not look like a standard PV. So it should be less. This is how law is done. Should be less. So let's make 50%. So that's one idea. Mr. Duprat said, no, that's too much. That's in his article, that's a standard PV. That's too much. We need 25% ground cover ratio. Much less. But then I talked to other people in the same consortium, and they said, no, how can we plan and invest in the bankability? We need 80% or at least 60 to 70%. And then yesterday, I have to tell you here, I was to a pilot and I saw the ground cover ratio and I estimated it, I think it was 90%. So what do you want to have in the definition? Where do you give your money for? You have to think about that at this step before you give your money away, in my opinion. Of course, connected with the ground cover ratio is the shade. Some say it's kind of 10% more. If you have a ground cover ratio of X, it's the shade is 10% more. But then I talked to the people from Solar Power Europe. They say, well, you kind of also have to define and have an element on the definition of the light homogeneity. So it's much better, and you have to kind of integrate that if you have semi-transparent panels. And if the panels are not clustered or in rows, you have to think about that even in a definition, which makes it not easy. Definition is not easy. The more I think about it, the more I just don't know what the answer should be. But on the same time, we have to answer that question because it's so much money. It's our future. It's not only the soil that we are otherwise losing. It's the social justice. It's the empowerment of women. It's the immediate fight of climate change. So we have to continue. What else is there to be? Of course, the yield is the last point I want to elaborate on. So how do you measure the yield? I learned in India, you have big experience with measuring yield. So you can have it will help the world in defining, because you already defined the yield in order to decide on the income tax that the farmer has to pay. So that helps a lot to have some definition on the yield. But nevertheless, it's then at the end of the day, you have to decide how much. So 66% reference yield you should reach in Germany. 80% you should reach in Japan. So there's one article, they say, well, they completely lost the bankability because of that. Then I talk to others, they say, no, they lost the bankability for other reasons. 80% is fine. But what do you really want? What kind of yield? And how do you know what the reference yield is? In France, to give you an example, they now ask for a testimony field right next to the solar farm. So you kind of have to split the agriculture field, and then you on one side you have the Agri PV, and on the other side you have normal agriculture to compare that. Of course, you could influence, as critics say. So these are all the different elements, but it doesn't stop there. You have to monitor it. Yesterday I was on this field and I said, okay, so how is it controlled that is really agricultural or Agri PV? And they said, yes, once a year an officer comes and he controls us. So what does he control? And in what period of the year does he show up? And how often is he going to show up on the fields if you have like thousands of Agri PV sites? You have to think about it already now. And how is he going to control it? Only by sight? Or are you going to do it with other ways? In Germany, they said, we have some incentives now, and they said, oh, pictures are enough. Others say, well, we have to trust the farmers. The farmers don't want to sit there. They really want to continue their farming, and just trust them. So you can either have pictures, you can have satellites, you can have drones. And I talked to someone from Bavaria. They now have an app to control it. Maybe that's a solution to control it regularly. And I don't know, but you have to think about it now. And Abhinav said, you want to have a definition this year. So you have to start working tomorrow. And then the last point I want to dwell on is the sanctions. What do you do? What do you really want to do if you find out it's no Agri PV? Do you want to then dismantle the whole system? Or do you just say, oh, they have to pay a fee and a damage, and then it's okay because we need the electricity and we want to fight the climate change? So it's okay, they just have to pay the fee. But then what would the investors do? They would just calculate this fee. For them, it's not so important. So you have to think about it, what you really want to do as a sanction. And these are the three elements I wanted to a little bit dwell on, the parts of the definition, the monitoring, and the sanctioning. And I will be so happy to be able to contribute in this process in the near future in India as a lawyer, together with the agricultural people and the developers, but also with my Indian lawyer colleagues. Thank you for the invitation.
Thank you to both the ladies here to have given very insightful thoughts on what the policy should look like in the years to come. I now invite Sapta Ghosh to speak about the potential estimate of Agri PV in India.
Good morning. While this is sorted out, I must say that some of you were there in MNRE when we presented this last, and some of you are here today, fresh faces. Last time, there were some heads nodding in agreement and some shaking in derision when we presented. So I hope this time there will be more consternation rather than derision, because we look forward to getting your inputs. Because before I start, I would like to say that these were based on a lot of assumptions, which I know as a researcher myself are not absolutely correct. And because there are so many agriculture universities here, we really look forward to your critical comments and hope that you catch me up and corner me somewhere and help us get to more accurate numbers, which can be then published somewhere of repute.
Yeah, just starting. Yeah. Yeah.
So my modeling team back in Bangalore gave me some very concerning numbers, but apparently today we have roughly around 435 gigawatts installed in the country, of which we have 76 gigawatt from solar. If we were to embark on our journey to net zero by 2070 in a more serious way, then we would need 630 odd gigawatts, of which more than 200 needs to come from solar by 2030. 3 terawatts by 2050, of which 1.1 should come from solar, and 7 terawatts in 2070, of which 2.7 terawatts should come from solar. Now, I don't know what your reaction would be if I say that the least amount of solar that can possibly come from the existing agricultural scenario today is 3 terawatts, which is the need in 2070. But this 3 terawatts is the least that we have found out without any of the restriction criteria which was mentioned in the previous two discussions. So there's no pilot definitions coming in to inform our research as of now, but we look forward to that. And we do not have these 2.1 meters or the 66 or 80% land loss. No, we do not have it. We have just taken what we have from the statistics and from the geospatial analysis. This is still. No, I think you have to extend it. Otherwise, it's not going to be. No, this is for those who are logged in online. For this screen, कर दो डाल दो हो गया था Now I don't know if people online can see this because okay. So what we try to do is marry geospatial techniques with statistical information which is available today, because there are a lot of data gaps, but I will get to it in a short while. So we try to assess the potential at a district level for each state in the country. Based on ArcGIS and ESRI's 2021 data for land cover, you can see roughly 129 million hectares are in agricultural definition. What is defined in as agriculture in India? That's what you see on the screen. Now, bear in mind, this does not take what ma'am said about barren land being used for agro PV or barren land after putting panels becomes suitable for cultivation. So that entire land classification is not taken into account here. So now I don't know if the 3 kilowatt can go up or down, but this is what is agriculture today. Now, whatever restrictions that developers usually put to classify a land as suitable for or for just PV, we have superimposed those on this. And the first one is the land has to be less than 8 degrees when it comes to slope. When you do that, we lose around 8 million hectares and it comes to 121 million hectares. Then we see, because we have to transport panels and lines and cables and all of that, so the distance of the parcel of land from the nearest road or rail infrastructure should be 10 kilometers. And that covers most of India, so we don't lose any land there. Then we use this filter of radiation of GHI 4.5 kilowatt per meter square per day, which gives us a minimum CUF of 15%. So that is, when you apply this filter, you lose another roughly 3. So you land up with around 119 million hectares. And last but not the least is very important, because you need to connect these plants. Since we did not have data for less than 132 kVA of substations, we presumed that any plant within 25 kilometers of the nearest 132 kV substation will also be in the vicinity of the lower voltages 66, 33, 11, whatever. So once you do that, then it falls to around 70 million hectares. So this is the total agricultural land today which can be suitable for PV deployment. Please note, I'm not saying agro PV, but PV deployment. Inside this, now we have no idea, the data does not exist in the digitized form, what crops are growing in each of these green parcels. So we do not know that if I select any of those parcels, which crop is grown in the Rabi or Kharif season, and hence we do not know what will be the yield loss if I put panels either in the vertical or in the overhead south or in the overhead east-west configuration. So what we try to do is find out statistically what crops are grown in which seasons, in which district, from the statistical database which is provided. So these are the 3 configurations that we are looking at, and these are the international research parameters which inform us that if these are the crops, this is the suitability matrix. Again, please note that these are international experiences and are extrapolated to the Indian conditions, which might not be the truth. So I sincerely encourage all the universities and the people involved in setting up pilots to actually make an India specific context and matrix. By the time Kusum 2 comes in, we should have an India specific matrix which informs us when we calculate the terawatt potential. If it still stays in terawatts, that is another question to be answered. So we have data statistically for 36 crops. Our database contains around 17 crops. So now we see for those 17 crops, what is the potential in India? So how do we do that? Based on the previous slide which I showed, we lost around 60 million hectares out of the 129. So that we call as the ratio. What is the R factor? For each district, what is the agricultural land and what is the suitable agricultural land based on those factors? That gives me a ratio R, the R factor. Now, what we try to do is we say that from the statistical database, if we say that there is 3 million hectares of rice grown in this particular district, we multiply that by the R factor to say of those 3 million, only about 20% is suitable based on the previous parameters for PV. Then we apply the next filter, which is that if you grow rice combined with a particular technology of solar, which then makes it agro PV, how much do you lose? So that further reduces the size of the plant. And then you have the 650 kilowatt per hectare for overhead south, 750 for east west, because you don't need to leave too much of spacing for east west, so it goes up, and 400 kilowatt when you do vertical, bifacial, or interspace. So then we found out that only roughly 20 million hectares in India are suitable for agro PV. But again, now we do not know if that same area is being sown for rice and wheat in the rotation or any other rotational crops. So there's a possibility of double or triple counting, because the statistics say there are 4 seasons: summer, winter, rabi, kharif, because there are crops grown mid-season also. So how did we address this? Which is why you see such a huge range of 3.2 terawatts to 13.8 terawatts. For each district, for each season, we find out what is the area of each crop. Then based on the suitability, we find out what is the PV potential if we use that crop. Now, again, please note, we do not consider any shading or yield loss. We do not consider what is the height. So we just say if there is a normal of those 3 technologies, what will be the potential for each of the crops. Now we take the minimum of the 2 seasons, or the minimum of, so now suppose in each district there are 2 crops grown in rotation, rice and wheat, or cotton or chili. So if the potential of wheat for a particular field is 4 megawatt, which is a winter season crop, and the potential for the rotational crop is 2 megawatt, should the potential of that land be considered as 2 megawatt, which is the minimum, or should it be considered as 4 megawatt, which is the maximum? Because we do not know that if you put a 4 megawatt system on a wheat field, if you grow some other crop which is saying only 2 megawatt from the interspace can be used, what happens in terms of the crop yield loss or nothing? We have no information today. So that is why we say the minimum potential can be 3 terawatts, the maximum potential can be 14 terawatts. So because there's a massive range, I know these numbers will not be palatable. So as and when more pilots give us more data, like real-time data for India, this range should constrict. Maybe the potential drops, which is not a bad thing. Maybe we reach at a certain acceptable range of plus minus 2 terawatts. I doubt people can read this, but this essentially shows you that this range can be completely crazy. So Maharashtra has a minimum potential of 21 gigawatts and a maximum potential of 2 terawatts. Like, come on, it's 100-time multiplication between the two. So how do we arrive at a potential estimate which is accurate? Now, the most elegant way to do this is if I take, so I have Tejas here from my company, and this is actually the field of my colleague in C-Step. So you see the yellow boundaries. So you would see that it is an uneven shaped field. So this data, you can use artificial intelligence to tell you what are the boundaries of each field. You can maybe use AI and ML to tell you what are the crops being grown. But I know, because we discussed with him, that he grows red chili and he grows cotton in 2 seasons. And based on that, we know what is the potential of each of the 3 technologies: overhead south, overhead east west, and interspace. So you can see red chili is only suitable for overhead east west, and you get 3 megawatts. Whereas cotton, you can use overhead south, and you can see it's interspace one. So the 3 megawatts stays. So now I know for a fact that in this 6.2 hectares, I can put 3 megawatt, and this will lead to so much of crop yield gain or loss in either red chili or cotton. So the price that my friend was getting by selling this yield at the mandi or the village market, how much needs to be compensated, or how much he should gain, what is the business case that should ensue out of this data driven approach. Now, this is the most elegant way to do it, but we simply do not have the time or the resources to do this in 1 year for the whole country. So if Abhinav is looking forward to a definition in 1 year, we have to use other methods, but this is a start. I am hoping that we have collaborators in the room and outside who work with us to at least prove this concept using AI, ML, and geospatial techniques for at least one state this year. This is where we are at. This tool, I think somebody is going to present later, where you can click on any district in any state, and you will know, based on our GIS and statistical approach, what is the range of potential and the crops which are grown there. That is where we are at, and I'm happy to take questions and negative feedback and positive feedback as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Saptak. We now have a video presentation from Andrea Schweiger from the University of Hohenheim.
इसको पकड़ के उसे डालेगा ना, जब आएगा वही डाल रहा हूँ कब से। इसको ऊपर मिनिमाइज करें। उसे डाल ऊपर वहाँ पे फुल स्टैंड कर।
Audio. Remotely. I'm very sorry that I cannot be there in person, but I'm happy nevertheless that I get the chance to present some of our results, which we conducted during our research over the last years on agrivoltaics, on an agrivoltaic APV system, which we have in Germany. And so I'll guide you through a couple of results, which I think are quite interesting to see. So first of all, I think I do not have to explain what agrivoltaics or APV is, but anyways, I have this slide in here, as we also have a kind of semi-legal definition of agrivoltaics for Germany. We got what kind of systems get funding and what kind of systems do not get funding. So agrivoltaics in this definition combines the production of renewable energy, so of electricity via PV, and agricultural production at the same place or at the same area of land. So it's a combination of renewable energy production and agricultural production at the same site. And this technically can be implemented in different ways, as it is shown here. I think you all know that you have systems where you have the PV panels above the agricultural system, above the cultures, and you have more shading or different types of shading happening as when you have the PV panels in a different orientation. In between the agricultural system, with fixed panels or panels which can follow the stand of the sun. So independent of the system, there are effects of agrivoltaics on the agricultural system, so on the plants themselves. And so APV is expected, and I think this is obvious, is expected to reduce solar radiation available for plant growth. And it's also expected to alter microclimatic conditions such as evapotranspiration, soil moisture, thus soil water availability, but also atmospheric water demand. And all of that has to be expected to affect crop growth. So there are studies out there showing that actually this is true. So there are studies showing that you have a reduced evapotranspiration and reduced soil temperature in such kind of agrivoltaic systems. However, there are still, I would say, quite a number of research or knowledge gaps which are quite relevant to assess whether these kind of systems can really help to bring us forward, not only with regard to renewable energy production, but also with regard to making our agricultural systems more resilient when it comes to the climatic changes we have to expect for the near future. So the knowledge gaps, they relate to the effects of shading on crop yields in such kind of systems. They relate to the effects of APV systems on the microclimatic conditions in general. And I think the most relevant question, at least for me, is the question whether agrivoltaics can serve as a strategy to mitigate climate change effects and especially to mitigate drought effects on agriculture. So colleagues of mine tried to assemble information which is already out there in literature, not specifically empirical research performed on Agri PV systems, but generally research conducted on shading effects on different types of crops. And so what you see from this summary graph, that there are certain types of crops which actually benefit from shading, such as berries or fruits, or sometimes even fruity vegetables. And then there are certain types of crops which generally do not benefit from shading or are kind of negatively affected in terms of yield by shading. And this is true for C3 cereals, is also true for maize as a C4 plant, as you can imagine. It's true for grain legumes, forage, and also for crops. So these are general numbers which show that certain types of crops might benefit from shading, thus might benefit also from growing in agrivoltaic systems, and other types of crops might actually not. However, it's a bit different, as we have learned during the recent years doing research in agrivoltaic systems, as I will explain. First of all, I want to start with the fundamentals. So the underlying process which affects crop growth in agrivoltaic systems is carbon assimilation by photosynthesis on the one hand, and the loss of water via transpiration or evapotranspiration, the loss of water from the agricultural system. And physiologically, both of these is closely coupled, as both take place via the stomata at the leaf surface. So this actually relates, and what I brought you here is the response of assimilation, of net assimilation. So that means the rate of photosynthesis, which more or less directly translates into productivity, along a gradient of radiation. I have to use my laser pointer. So on the x-axis you have the amount of incoming radiation, and the y-axis you then have like the net photosynthesis, which relates to productivity. And what you see here with the different colors are differently drought-stressed plants of wheat. From blue, being sufficiently supplied with water, to dark red, which being very drought stressed. And what you generally see is that you have increasing productivity with increasing light being available. So that means if you shade, then you also reduce productivity. However, what you also see is that this relationship between productivity and light being available massively changes when you change the amount of water being available for the plant. So while reducing available water for the plant, you also drastically change the relationship between productivity and light being available. And so these two factors, water being available in the system and light being available for crop growth, this plays a fundamental role for agrivoltaic systems. And so what I brought you here are two conceptual scenarios in an Agri PV system. As you can see here, shading comes from above with having certain, so this is the PV panel and this is the open space. And then the PV panels here and here, they are shading certain parts of the area in the system, and other parts are not shaded so much. So let's now assume we have sufficient water being available in the system. What happens then, of course, when you have shading? Well, let's start with the unshaded area. You have sufficient light for running photosynthesis, so you have sufficient productivity, carbon assimilation happening, and you also have like water loss happening. As I was saying, water loss is directly related to the uptake of carbon. So you have high carbon assimilation, you have high transpiration. Ultimately, you also have quite high yield. Whereas in the shaded area, what you have, shading reduces the carbon assimilation, reduces photosynthetic rates, but you also reduce evapotranspiration, which does not really play a big role here because you anyways have sufficient amount of water being available. So generally, what you have in the shaded area compared to the unshaded, you have a reduction in yield. I think this is obvious and quite understandable. What happens then when we have a drought scenario? Yeah? So let's go back to the unshaded area. You can see you have high transpiration happening, evapotranspiration happening there. At the same time, you have kind of a general lack of water in the system, which directly results in a significant reduction of carbon assimilation by droughts being induced by drought stress. And so, compared to the shaded area, you also have lower assimilation, like lower productivity due to shading, but you also have a reduced photo inhibition, so you have a reduced drought stress effects, you have reduced evapotranspiration, which ultimately relates to an increased water use efficiency of the crops in the shaded area under a drought scenario, which basically results in more yield in the shaded area compared to the unshaded area under drought conditions. So this is now purely conceptual. However, we also observed that empirically in our Agri PV system we are studying since quite a while. And here I brought you here now some example results. So we observed exactly this effect for different types of crops. In this case, for potatoes, where we here have the comparison between the year 2017, which was comparably wet, and the year of 2018, which was comparably dry in terms of the in relation to the long-term mean. So what you see here, and you see this is for the different size classes of potatoes, but that doesn't see is for comparably wet year 2017, we have a yield reduction in the APV system compared to the unshaded reference area of 18%, whereas in the drought year of 2018, we actually have an increase by plus 11% in the Agri PV system compared to the unshaded reference area. Looking at Celeriac, and here for tubers and leaves, separated for tubers and leaves, you exactly see the same pattern happening. In the wet year 2017, we have a yield reduction in the system compared to the unshaded areas. But in the drought year of 2018, we actually have a yield increase compared to the unshaded area. And green leaf material was actually higher in the agrivoltaic system compared to the unshaded area. This is also quite obvious because from a plant ecological point of view, when you shade plants, they start increasing leaf area to capture more light. For winter wheat, we have more data. Actually over 4 years from 2017 to 2020, and I brought you here the yield data. Blue is always in the APV system, and this orange is always in the unshaded reference area. And so you also see that we had wet years and we had dry years, a wet year and a dry year again, and irrespective, with the exception of 2019, where we had a comparably
wet year, we do not see a significant difference in the yield between the agrivoltaic system and the unshaded reference area. However, we do see a significant difference in water use efficiency, which is here quantified by the carbon isotopic discrimination. I do not want to explain that in detail. You can check the study if you're interested. It's basically a measure of water use efficiency with higher values reflecting higher efficiency. And you see throughout years, actually, irrespective of whether we had a dry or a wet year, we see higher water use efficiency in the system compared to the unshaded area. So that basically means we always have higher water use efficiency in an agrivoltaic system, and it just relates to the type of crop and the severity of drought versus wet years, or the difference between drought versus wet years, whether this reflects in the yield of the specific crop or not. When you want to conceptualize this, you could draw a graph such as this, where you have yield, that means energy or electricity yield, and crop yield on the y-axis, and the degree of crop shading on the x-axis. And as you would expect, if you increase energy yield by increasing the amount of panels in the system, you also automatically increase the amount of crop shading, which automatically relates in a decrease of crop yield. However, you would have to expect different responses depending on what types of crops you have. Like you would have stronger responses, or you would have different responses for shade susceptible than for shade benefiting crops, for example. And what I have drawn here is actually what we call the maximum land use efficiency for different types of crops. So that means the sweet spot where you conceptually could go to have the maximum amount of energy harvested with harvesting at the same time the maximum possible amount in terms of crop yield. And this obviously is also different for the different types of crops. What we also did, we tried actually to assess the drought attenuation potential of agrivoltaic. So that means this positive of shading by Agri PV systems during drought periods. We did that globally. The details you can also check in our study if you're interested. What you see here is the more blue, the higher the potential of agrivoltaics to mitigate drought effects. And you see that there are quite a number of areas which could strongly benefit from agrivoltaics, not only in terms of renewable energy production, but also in terms of drought mitigation effects. And this drought attenuation potential, of course, also changes with the types of crops you have grown or you grow in your system, with the shade susceptible ones showing a different patterns, and the shade tolerant and the shade benefit. So overall, this is not only a promising technology in terms of renewable energy production and in terms of combining renewable energy production with agricultural production under scenarios where we have increasing land use conflicts, but at the same time, agrivoltaics should also really be recognized as a very promising strategy to make our agricultural systems more resilient in terms of climate change, and especially in terms of increasing drought events. So with that, I want to thank you very much, and I hope that it brought some interesting or new ideas to you. With this, I say bye, and I hope you will have an interesting conference and an interesting exchange.
We have another international participant from the University of Jülich Forschungszentrum. It's been a last-minute addition. I would request Onno Müller from Jülich to speak a few words about APV.
Good morning.
That's correct. Yes, good morning, everyone.
Yes, please go on.
Thanks for the presentation. Previous speakers and and now with Andreas and the visuality and from the unit side, we are Matthias Meyer. I wanted to share with you some examples what we actually have in UNIT, and we have chosen to just show you what we actually have, because to bridge that gap of the detailed physiology that Andreas was showing to the agricultural practice, we realized also it's good to show some demonstrators. They may not be the ideal scenario yet, where we have good cooperation, also the complications with what is 66%, what is your reference field, but to have something in place. The station built Hohenheim that Andreas is using is existing in eastern Germany for a long time. In western Germany built the first one 21, what you see here on the background, where you see different systems that we developed in the back together with Institute Palm Open. They are tracking, and in the front on the side you can see a conventional system that are commercially attractive, and they are static. They cover a large. I may not put them on her agricultural land, and I could agree with that. But the interesting part, you can have very distinct shading, as you can see in the middle graph also. So the questions of this is shade, non-shade microclimates are there, the easy access to measure. It's a bit more difficult to go on the tractor. You see but now that this is a bit old-fashioned tractor, newer tractors cannot. On the right downside, you see the higher tracking system with a soybean crop under it. You see what is also that you see what may think, what is this yellowish part? Well, this yellow is actually one of our purpose. It's a yellow soybean, so low chlorophyll. And as the panels, what you can see, all these APV panels, they are bifacial. So they collect the sun from direct sunlight, but also from the reflection of the soil. And it can be reflection of soil, but also reflection of plants, where yellow plants, of course, are an interesting components where yellow may reflect more. So that's one example of an agrivoltaic system we built in UDI. Next slide I have is, if we then want to look further in all these plant physiology traits, because we are a plant science institute from background, IBD2, if I was specifically interested in the dynamics of this changing light. So what I integrated in this APV demonstration site is a rail system, what you can see here in the middle. One rail moving over the whole area, and that allows us to take in high temporal dynamics images of the plant growth, but also other physiological traits such as photosynthesis or transpiration over time. Especially with these fluctuating lights, that's highly interesting. What determines now that in 1 year you have a higher yield than in the other year in terms of plant traits, and what crops may then actually be more suited or not? This we can then we expect to be able to answer from the plant side in more detail. So that's on our side where we could develop it further. We looked also or involved in collaborations where we scale up further, as for example with the big energy provider in the region, RWE, where we advised also, well, if you want to demonstrate a PV, then don't choose for one system, because there is not one system yet on the market that we can recommend as the most ideal. So they came also to show on this area 3 different systems: a vertical, a tracking one, and a highly elevated one that has a high coverage that really provides a lot of shade. And they completed that beginning of this year. Here you see the picture of it early in the season. Actually, nicely on this picture, it's you can see on the right side there is a traditional solar farm. You may wonder what is this steep slopes. Actually, this is
rather unique in Europe. This is the biggest open pit mining for brown coal that this energy company is his main business, and this is reclaimed land. So after they digged out the brown coal of the open pit, they put back the land, and on top of that, they put now demonstrator for Agri PV that you see here. Pretty high coverage, if you ask me, but yeah, interesting to follow, and also interesting to see what the farmers, which system may work best for the farming. That is example of the bigger systems going already more to the farming regions. We don't only do that in Germany, we also look further abroad, because of course it's Germany has a high energy demand, but on the same time, the sun is not so abundant. You saw it in analysis, also the nice analysis by the one before previous speaker of India, the potential, and Andreas in the worldwide potential, of course, where there's sun and broad combination is much higher potential for APV. And here we built one in Nigeria in a collaboration where you see a simple system, also completely closed. You see it there, water collection over time, and protecting plants. We're now growing there. Also the similar soybeans at the moment. Same direction in Thailand. We're in collaboration in these areas, and now we're very happy to also be involved in India. All these examples were with conventional PV. If you think about, we said shading is beneficial, too much not. There are also developments on the way that you have organic PV. Here is one early example, which you see on the middle of a foil tunnel pasted. The transparency is not optimal yet, but together with the Helmholtz Institute of Erlangen, they are developing organic PVs on foil, so they are highly flexible, and in the future also highly transparent. So you can have an amount of transparency that you could, instead of what we are doing here, combining foil with some PV, you could have the whole foil into a PV foil producing energy, and at the same time protecting your, in this case, a raspberry crop underneath. Or where we usually use foil tunnels, you could envision that these foils are replaced by OPV foils. So with that, the question was a short introduction to what we are doing in Germany. I hope I've given you a short introduction. Of course, not only my work today, but stepped in for Matthias. Together with Matthias, I'm coordinating the agrivoltaics work in Germany of Forschungszentrum Jülich. Happy to collaborate with you, and of course, not only us, a lot of other people help with that. And with that, short introduction is asked for of our work in Germany, Forschungszentrum Jülich. Thanks a lot for your attention. Happy to answer any questions. Comments.
Yeah. Thank you, Ono. Unfortunately, we don't have any time for questions because I think we need to move on to the next session. So I would request DK Singh ji to present and felicitate the panelists with a small token of gratitude and appreciation. Tuman Chandra ji, big round of applause, please. Angela Hansen. Sapta Ghosh. Once again, a big round of applause for everybody. Thank you, everyone. DK Singh ji, one picture, please. We are now moving on to the next session. It's the first panel discussion on the aspects of agricultural research in the field of agrivoltaics. We will be discussing about the research gaps in the existing research pertaining to APV, area of focus for APV research in India, key challenges, role of interdisciplinary collaborations for APV research, and key steps to promote research cooperation among institutions. I would now request Professor Dr. Indramani, the Vice Chancellor of Parbhani University, please chair this session. Indramani ji has joined as a Vice Chancellor at Vasantrao Nayak Marathwada Krishi Vidyapeeth, Parbhani, on the 25th of July 2022. He has worked as the Joint Director of Research at the prestigious Indian Agricultural Research Institute. He has more than 29 years of service and has extensively worked in the area of machinery development for agro-residue management, dryland agriculture, vegetable mechanization, for enhanced efficiency of fertilizer usage. I also invite Dr. D.K. Singh ji, professor at IARI. He's a principal scientist at Water Technology Center in IARI, bringing a wealth of knowledge and experience in the same field with more than 25 publications to his name. His expertise is in the range of fields including modeling of hydrological processes, irrigation groundwater, modeling and management of watershed management. I also request Dr. Viswanathan Chinnuswamiji, the Joint Director of IRI, to please come up on the stage. His international experience include various programs, contributions, and participation in different countries for diverse fields of study. His research institutes interests are reflected in his wide range of publications in various national and international journals. He has been a visiting scholar with the Department of Molecular Biology at the Harvard Medical School in Boston. I also request Dr. P.M. Chauhan, the head of Department of Renewable Energy at Junagadh Agricultural University, to please come up on the dais. He has worked on the mathematical modeling of solar thermal energy, solar energy applications, greenhouse tech, microalgae biodiesel, soil solarization, earth-air heat exchanger, and also established one of the first Agri PV pilots in India. Apart from this, we have two virtual participants, Dr. Priyabrata Santra, the head of Division of Natural Resources from Kazri, Jodhpur. He holds a PhD from CTU Faculty of Electrical Engineering. And he has also contributed a lot in the Agri PV scenario, which has been progressing since the last 5 years in India. Lastly, Dr. Kalpana Shastri from Ag Hub, Hyderabad. She's a distinguished scientist from Agricultural Research Service of ICAR with nearly 3 decades of expertise in areas of agricultural research. Her research areas include agricultural innovations, intellectual property management systems, and policy issues in agricultural research and educational management. Yeah.
So you want to present?
Dr. Indramani ji will present first, and then we go on to the next participants. We would be switching over to lunch at 1:30, so I request all the participants to keep the time in mind. Yes.
Professor R.B. Singh Sahab, Padma Bhushan, and our mentor, my friends on dais, Dr. Viswanathan, Dr. D.K. Singh, Dr. Chauhan, and dear participants, ladies and gentlemen. This is, I'm very happy to be part of it, and I came in the night from Parbhani to Aurangabad. This morning, Aurangabad to Delhi, straight from airport. I'm coming here to meet you all. And because I wanted to be part of this great event. Last meeting, this kind of workshop was held in MNRE, and we were part of it, our university. And before going from here, IRI to Parbhani, basically we initiated this program here in our division in agricultural engineering. I'm very happy today that this is the day we are basically having COE at IRI, which we saw dream, before it was, I think, May, June 2022. And so I congratulate Dr. That research and director of IRI and the whole team and JZ and all of you. Friends, in last meeting, what we did when I reached Parbhani, then I came to know that there is a big establishment of Agri PV at Parbhani, and then last time when we met, JZ and Sunseed and Mr. Sraf is here, and we, IRI, joined, signed an MOU to work together. And, I will share our experiences at Parbhani, that Manwat plant, what we have done, and also what are the researchable issues so far, what we are feeling at Parbhani. This all has been discussed, my dear friends, that India is a very favorable country for the solar. So this Agri PV, we have about 300 clear sunny days, solar energy available in a single year. That is what to estimate say, and Mr. Winter from Jazz had always say that if we go for solar, we can stop all import of the this oil and all. So, and NICE has also assessed, and there's another assessment that even 1% of India's agricultural land can lead to additional 630 gigawatt power at the rate of 450 kilowatt power per hectare. These are all estimates available. But morning, the mention was made by all the speakers that we are basically, climate change is one aspect which has led to extreme, weather vagaries, extreme events, and all those. And the state like Maharashtra and the region like Marathwada are facing it very, very frequently. My dear friends, the civilization is facing 4 major problems. And those major problems are food security, water security, energy security, and climate change. In my opinion, if we go for, and there was a mention by Madam Morning that water, energy, food nexus is very, very strong. And we have to work on this. And I feel that Agri PV to some extent address all these 4 issues: processing, it is food and energy security together, and then water security in the sense they are going to consume less water if we have arrangement of even collecting whole water, putting it at a place, and then conserving it, using it with most precision method, then we can meet the requirement. So this is that's what I feel that how this Agri PV is important. This all we have been discussing that if we go for Agri PV, we may increase the land productivity, water productivity, for food security, for energy security, and rightly said by our mentor Professor R.B. Singh that people who are going for these combined technologies, that means they are working for future, not for today. They are working for future, and if they are working for future, they must be incentivized, they must be encouraged, and that should be our the one of the recommendation of this workshop, that policy. And Professor Singh also mentioned that science-led policy decisions should be there. It's not like just, without inclusion of science, policy must not be made for future. This is one very, very important assertion I want to make here. In my opinion, what are the possible aspects of agriculture research in photovoltaics? In fact, this 11th of March, we formally launched our Agri PV program, although we are working from 1 year. My philosophy of working was that let us first have some experience and then launch. First, we should explore what we can do. So this is, and on 11th March, we got experts from IRI and Renu Khanna Chopra, principal scientist, a great plant physiologist, was the chief guest and main speaker, and Jazad and all other experts were there, national and international. There also we discussed that lot need to be done, and that's what is coming from all different presentations from India and outside, that lot need to be done, even from defining and then taking to the and a conclusive stage and taking to commercialization. Many new things will come because this even business model will be a challenge. And so my opinion here will be that all, because as these four problems which I raised, that food, energy, water security, and climate change, they will not remain limited by nation boundaries. We have to work on, as we are calling India, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, what is one family. So Agri PV should also be taken as a problem which should be addressed by whole of the world, and that kind of integration, not only national integration, and international integration will be required, international platform will be required, and there we have to create a lot of data is required, and then only we can, without data, you cannot make any scientific recommendation and conclusions. That is one important thing. So in my opinion, we have to see that crop modeling suitable for agri-photovoltaic, something may grow in Parbhani, may not grow in Pantanagar, may not grow in Punjab. So same model will not work. So that's why this kind of thing, both including not only solar system, the crop system, physiology, and then their internal dynamics, inter, so many things are required which need to be done. Then land and water use efficiency, we have to quantify, optimizing light availability, evaluating different crop combination which help for optimize energy generation. I will, in the next slide, I will mention, and Mr. Sraf is here when we met from Sun Seeds. So the challenge was processing that the plant was put in agriculture use, Agri PV, 5-acre plant, big plant. And the crops were good flowers, different kind of flowers and other things. So my philosophy at that time, and then Sunseed appreciated, and Mr. Sraf appreciated that, and grow somewhere first which is grown commonly in that area. Then grow far. Something like what I said, for maximizing something, don't lose even optimum, or don't lose even something. For getting everything, don't lose something. So that at least first you try to establish the technology. If something can be grown, then we can switch over to high price crops and others. So that was one I'll show you. And then conservation of local biodiversity, creating habitat for pollination and soil microflora. Seed production of seed-loving crops, which needs a certain isolation distance and less interference of human activities, is possible under APB. Then crop suitability and selection of cropping pattern. Research on herbs, medicinal plant, ornamental crops, border crops, how they can be grown, because there we are not, in many crops, we don't need much seed. We need even, herbs and leaves, so that we can see how we can address. APB can be used for water harvesting and smart irrigation. As I said, that whole area can put, by same water. And the state like Marathwada and my region, from sir, even this your protected cultivation structures, there are systems that people are using same water after harvesting and completely meeting the requirement of protected cultivated structures. So APP village and agrotourism is a synergetic combination. We had such agrotourism of in Maharashtra and Marathwada region. up. The horticultural agrotourism is there, so why not? Why can't we do this? And it's the dynamics of pest insect. So all are correlated. Water measurability, everything need to be studied. I just want to see this experience quickly. This is we launched this our program on 11th of March this year, but we signed the MOU with Sunseed, GIZ, and the VNKV Parbhani during the same next day when we had that MNRE conference. And the next one, this is another India in Kazari recently I visited, and we have a plant, that was under ICR funded the project, and they are also doing well. But the difference is this hour is a big one at Manwat. So if we see the view, this is an overview, and this is what is the 1.4 megawatt installed capacity, sir, and then all panelists and others are given because of paucity of time. Let us not dwell more upon them. But we had similar kind of objective at our project to assess influence of microclimate on PV system and crop physiology, Dr. Viswanathan, and how to maximize water efficiency and crop and estimates for CTD of crops, then utilize the solar panel installation space and for agri, horti, and forage crops, growth, etc., and to assess variety of soil physical, chemical, and biological products. So what I did there, that we put crop plant physiologists, such as PI, then engineers, solar energy experts, then soil scientists, pathologists, to have a holistic approach and holistic complete collection of data so that we can understand the dynamics, how the things are happening. And then it was my one concern will be that we need lot of, we are going to this kind of future technology processing, we need lot of experts, and those experts will come will be a lot, PG and PhD student to work on this so that they can work nationally and internationally and fulfill. Because without skilled manpower, without trained manpower, this technology will not, take the expectation which we are having. So this is what we are having this structure, if you see, and Madam said that 2.1 meter and all those. So what is their structure? We did not recommend this. The structure is given to us, already built there. So there is a 3.75 panel ground clearance, 1.75 with 10 meter pitch panel pitch, 1.75 with 7.5 meter panel pitch, 1.25 this 10 meter panel pitch, and this bifacial, monofacial, all those combinations were present. But just the change we made, that let us select the crop which are grown in Marathwada region. So we selected banana, soybean, bitter gourd, cabbage, onion, turmeric, all different kind of crops. And then this is a not very old story. Recently, crops are still there and recently on 11th March, our team visited, and so we do not have sufficient data analysis so far, but some leads are there which are interesting. So this is what, if you see this section 1, I just as an example, you can see. So this is the crop, and you see that this is under shade, the beautiful banana crop, and then pigeon pea crop, then soybean crop, and all. Similarly, we have two other sections, those and there also, and below the panel and during interspace also, we had crops, then all these vegetable crops, etc. What is important to know that we have, yes, generation of, because that is seen by the company, 1.4 megawatt design installed capacity. Yield of pigeon pea and soybean in 3.75 meter elevated structure with shed. Net interspace is more than below the panel showing. It is true, but similar pattern of variation in yield is observed for 1.75 elevated. This was initial experiments. Open interspace is better than the shade. This is one. Soybean and pigeon pea crop grown in interspace we have 3.7 was higher than 1.75. This is one that again will, it is obvious results are there, not very high so rocket science. The growth of turmeric, cabbage, and banana crop was better in rows planted below the panel. So these crops had better growth below the panel rather than in the interspace. This is one. And turmeric crop grown in section 5, open field, that means open field, was earlier to reach maturity compared to section 1. So in this relatively took more duration to reach to maturity. Inadequate airflow inside 3.75 meter panel with shade net is observed. We have not, this is the basically initial lead that crop growing up of these crops can be reasonably, we can go with certain reduction in the yield. One, interspace will be utilized almost equal, which you have the outside the field, but the crops that are hardy crops or vegetable and turmeric particularly, these are giving better result in the seed. All these have to be basically worked out with more data. The instrumentation, etc., was transferred to us on 11th of March. Now whole facility is with us, complete, and that has been given to our university. We will come out with the systematic data. But what I conclude from here, that the Agri PV is need. Agri PV, we are, for India, population is increasing. Either we go for vertical, in protected cultivation, another, or go for double use of the land. So this is the area which is very, very important. I said that, but lot of data is required, lot of studies are required, and the center of excellence, if we have 10 center of excellence in the country, they should collaborate, and the data from different areas should be poured in, and then it's all kind of modeling, etc., will be necessary. Agri PV is future technology. We must understand it and we should work for it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the insights, sir. I really apologize to have missed out two panelists while announcing them. I would request Shilp Verma from International Water Management Institute. Yeah. Please come over. I really apologize to have missed out your name. Shilp Verma has more than 20 years of experience in water, energy, and rural livelihoods domain. In his current role as senior researcher and Deputy Country Representative India, Shilp provides leadership to influencing policies aimed at sustainable resource management and economic growth. He currently leads several IMI programs and projects, including IMI Tata Water Policy Program, Solar Energy for Rural Livelihoods, and upcoming IKI initiative on agrivoltaics. Yeah. I would now request the online participants to probably present. Dr. Sandraji, if you're ready, maybe you can start presenting. You need to click down here.
I hope it is visible for.
Yes, it's visible to everybody.
Okay. So since the time is very short, so distinguished dignitaries in the dais, starting from Professor R.B. Singh, Honorable Padma Bhushan awardee, then our teachers, mentors, a lot of Dr. A.K. Sikka, Dr. Indramani Mishra, Dr. D.K. Singh, Dr. Chinu Sami sir. So all distinguished delegates present on the dais and in the hall. Here I just want to present some of the few research highlights because of our experience on agrivoltaic system at Kajri, Jodhpur. We have been working in this system since 2016 onwards, and we established a small pilot project under ICR extramural fund, 105 kilowatt capacity agrivoltaic system with different designs. And these are some bird's eye view of this agrivoltaic systems. And these are the major features of this agrivoltaic system. Apart from PV generation and crop cultivation, We have third component, which is the harvesting of the rainwater from top of the PV module and collecting to a common underground structure for reutilization of the harvested rainwater. We have tested this model with different crops, and we have also modeled the jelly-like integral at different portions of the agrivoltaic system in the interspace area as well as the below space area. We are not going into the details. Straight away, I will come to the researchable issues on agrivoltaics, for which this workshop is being organized to go ahead with the agrivoltaics in India. So these are some photographs of different crops we tested in Kajdi agrivoltaic system. For example, move bean, moth bean, and this cluster bean. Then some medicinal crops like Sunamukhi, Sanpushpi, aloe vera. Then some vegetable crops under the PV panel system using board system, and some medicinal and aromatic plants we also tried, and we evaluated the performance of all these crops. And this is the water harvesting structures from the top of the PV module. And we have also tested this system. We also calculated the land equivalent ratio, and we achieved up to 1.41. But we believe that it can be increased up to 1.6 or 1.7 if we introduce some much more economical crops into the system. And this is the economics based on the performance of this agrivoltaic system for the last 5-6 years. And we have found the payback period is 5.87 years, and discounted payback period is 10.40, whether the total life cycle of the system is 25 years. And we also prepared a map of the agrivoltaic potentials in India. This is the final potential map, whatever we have generated. And in the previous session, Saptak also presented some of the this mapping.
Your presentation is not moving. We can't see the potential here.
So this
Yeah, it's just the first slide from what I can see. First or second slide. No, it's the mapping photovoltaic potential in India.
Problem in the sharing. I am just reading the some of the future researchable issues, whatever I pointed in my presentation, and that this slides is also shared to the organizer. So later on it can be shared if any participants require it. The researchable issues, so whatever we pointed, these are on-farm utilization of energy generated from agrivoltaic system is the key factor for further outskilling of this thing. Because the currently DISCOM and connecting this agrivoltaic farm in remote farmers village, it's a very difficult task. So integration for this agrivoltaic system with different systems, for example, hydrogen fuel system, e-tractors, and on-farm processing of different agriculture produces may be the future options for better outskilling of the agrivoltaic system in the farmer's field. Because every agrivoltaic system cannot be connected to grid. Number second, identification of suitable cash crop for agrivoltaic system. Not only the most common arable crops or vegetable crops, by which we cannot increase the land equivalent ratio or the economic return from the agrivoltaic system, whatever we have envisaged. So medicinal plants, horticultural crops should be the better option for agrivoltaic system, and future research should be carried out on selecting economic cash crops for agrivoltaic system at different agroclimatic zones of India. Third, increasing the photo period of plant growth through providing artificial light and thus increasing the cropping intensity may be another researchable issues, and few researchers have already started that if I increase the photo period of plant by providing artificial light generated from the agrivoltaic system. Then fourth is the quantification of ecosystem services from field experimental results. For example, water saving, the water footprint, carbon saving, carbon footprint, renewable energy generation, etc. All these ecosystem services could be translated into economic values. And fifth one, identification of specific solar PV module For example, transparent, semi-transparent, flexible, bifacial, vertical, all these PV modules are upcoming technology. So all these technology needs to be integrated with the agrivoltaic system for most suitable agrivoltaic system design in future. And the last one, we have started some work on this aspect. Does continuous shading in agrivoltaic system adversely affect the soil ecosystem or the soil nutrient dynamics or soil microbial flora? Because we will keep the land under continuous shading or intermittent shading in the agricultural land. So does the soil ecosystem will change? So researchable issues, it can also be initiated on this aspect. So these are the few points that just I want to share. So thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to share this thought with you.
Thank you, Santraji. I'd now request Shilp to come and speak a few words on the Agri PV potential and the initiatives on IKI.
Thank you, Rahul. I actually don't have slides, which is good because we are already running late. But I just wanted to reflect a little bit on what we've been discussing since morning. And since this particular session is about what kind of research, and we are sitting here at the initiation of this Center of Excellence, I just want to raise a few research questions, which I hope that this center can undertake some work on. But before that, I don't know if Saptak is still around. I just wanted to reflect on the presentation that was made on the potential of agrivoltaics. I think of Saptak as a friend, so I hope I can say this. I think it was very useful nonsense. It was nonsense because, of course, those numbers don't mean anything. The 3 terawatt to 13 terawatt potential range is nothing. And given that our current all energy installed capacity is not even 1 terawatt, I think those numbers will not mean much. But it's very useful because it forces us to think on how to do these numbers better. And I have some IMI colleagues also here. Gopal is here, and I hope that in IMI we can collaborate with the Center of Excellence to build on the work that Saptak and his team have done and take it forward. The other interesting discussion I found in the morning was on the definition of agrivoltaics. I know that countries in Europe and Japan, they have taken a different approach. They've taken the lawyer definition. And I think you mentioned that 23-page long definition, which is still unclear. And that is one way to go. And I think that is the approach which more formal economies take. And maybe 50 years from now, India will also have a very big economy for lawyers. But the question that we need to ask is, do we want to have an inclusive definition or to say what is agrivoltaics? Or do we want to go with probably a much broader exclusive definition on what is not agrivoltaics? What do we not consider agrivoltaics? And then everything else, that will probably give us a little bit more flexibility. I mean, I've seen the Kusum pumps and solar irrigation pumps in general, which have been installed under various state government programs. If you go and visit the farmers who have installed those pumps, these are 5, 10, 15 kilowatt pumps, not very big capacity. But if you go to farmers in central Gujarat, where I am based, no piece of land underneath those panels is left empty. So farmers are still growing some crops, either turmeric, shade-loving crops, or even vegetables. Same you will find in North Bihar, where land is very scarce. But you will probably not find that in Rajasthan or Karnataka, where land is not really scarce. Arable land, even small farmers have more land holdings than they can cultivate because they don't have water and they don't have capital to invest in other inputs. So most of the land outside the Kharif season is actually left fallow. So we have a very peculiar situation. So what is agrivoltaics, and defining that, I think we'll have to do that exercise specific for India, and then take that forward. The other obvious question is whether India should do agrivoltaics. And I think the answer is obviously yes. Otherwise, we won't be here. Otherwise, this center won't be here. But the more important and pertinent question, I think, is why should we do agrivoltaics? And I personally feel, and I've been saying this in a couple of forums, I don't think land scarcity should be the reason for doing agrivoltaics. Because I think land scarcity is a lame excuse for doing agrivoltaics. As I just mentioned, land is not really scarce. We saw Saptak's presentation mention numbers. Our net zone area is 130 million hectares. That hasn't changed since 1950s, right? It was probably 140 million hectare then. It's 130 million hectare now. It's still a very, very large land area. What has changed is the gross cropped area. What has changed is the productivity of this land. Most of this 130 million hectare is very low productivity. And if we lose some of that land, we can easily make up by increasing the productivity of the remaining land. And I think Sapta's numbers also showed that we don't need to lose a lot of land. So agrivoltaics will really need to compete with ground-mounted voltaics. And we really need to do this benefit cost analysis. If opposed to a ground-mounted voltaic system, if agrivoltaics is going to cost 30% more, then would the agriculture beneath these panels be able to generate that 30% value? I think that is a calculation that is very badly needed, and we need to do it. And we will be very happy to work with this Center of Excellence to do this. Once we've decided that we want to do it, and we figured out good reasons to do it, I think the two reasons why we should do it is to expand our RE capacity, which is kind of stalling, which is we are struggling to make it expand, but we could as well do it by expanding ground-mounted voltaics. For doing more solar plants, land is not scarce. Land acquisition is difficult, and I think we could easily make it easier for the developers to acquire land and do ground, and then let them decide where agrivoltaics would make sense and where ground-mounted will make sense. The other reason why we should do agrivoltaics is to enhance rural livelihoods. And I think that's the weakest link in all the agrivoltaics that have happened so far. Mostly, NSCFI is not here, but they like to say there is agrivoltaics and there is voltaics agri. And I think a lot of what has happened is voltaics agri because it's somebody wanted to do a voltaic plant and then as an afterthought, let's also do some kheti underneath. And that is fine. That's also good. Maximize the utilization of that land. But if we really want to do agrivoltaics, which agri first, agri-centered and farmer-centered agrivoltaics, then we'll have to come up with probably new business models which have not yet been tried on a large scale, at least in India. That's where the question of how should we do it, where should we do it, and where should we not do it? And I think that's also a question which the next iteration of the study that Saptak had done should try and address. Once we have done all these, then I think the final question from my side, which is also very, very important. I think that we have reasons on why India should do agrivoltaics. We have reasons why research centers like us should be working on agrivoltaics. There are reasons, plenty of reasons why solar companies and developers should do agrivoltaics. We haven't yet found, at least to me, we haven't found convincing answers on why farmers should show any interest in agrivoltaics. If it's only about getting a little bit more rent for the land or getting us maybe 10%, 20%, 30% higher income, then maybe farmers will not be that interested. I think that if we really want to do agrivoltaics on a large scale, we'll have to find more convincing reasons on why farmers should be interested in agrivoltaics. And that, I think, hopefully will come out of if we do agri-centered and farmer-centered agrivoltaics models. We are starting a new initiative with GIZ and Fraunhofer. It will start probably at the end of this year and we'll be working over the next 5 years. And one of our objectives would be to try and also test the kind of agrivoltaics that is happening now will keep happening, and that also needs to grow. But maybe 10 or 20% of the agrivoltaics entire space in the country should also be farmer-led. Maybe FPOs can invest in agrivoltaics. Maybe farmers, groups of farmers can come together. Maybe we can have models where even if a developer is investing, the farmer has more skin in the game than in most of the models that have been tried so far. So I'll stop now and then hopefully learn from the rest of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Shilp. To keep things really short, I would request PM Chauhan ji to speak a few words and then concluding by JDR.
Good afternoon to all. Dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. Friends, I just want to highlight these few points because time is very short. This is agrivoltaic system we started in way back in 2012. And when one Solyndra company from US that came for to install some pilot project in Gujarat, and we approached the agriculture minister there, and he readily agreed to install these pilot projects in all the 4 agriculture universities. And we signed the MOUs, and the next day we came to know that there is a problem with the Solyndra company, and we could not materialize that pilot project. But anyway, then Gujarat State Electricity Corporation Limited came forward to us, and they said that 1 megawatt power agrivoltaic system they want to install in Sikka. But we were initially interested that Sikka is not a place where the crop can be grown. So we were interested at university. However, it was not materialized. Then we started our own, because I am a agriculture engineer. So I was thinking of designing the this agrivoltaic power plant differently as compared to conventional agrivoltaic design, that is the surface mounted rather than. So we decided to overhead design, and we designed this very meticulously, and that is the whole computerized design we did. Then we have analyzed the shadow effect, moving the shadow from morning to evening, season to season, month to month, and analyze since last 10 years. And we found that whatever the design we have done, check, and that is the chessboard type design at a particular height. We have also simulated the height of the plant, and we come to know that this particular size of height and size of the plant and the spacing and everything, we have simulated it, and we found that this is the shadow effect is minimizing on a number of crops, and the moving shadow won't affect the production rate. So the shadow is moving from morning to evening, and if it is remains same place for larger time, then it is the affecting the crop production or yield. And I think it is moving. Okay.
Maybe.
Yeah. So I won't go to this all this kind of the introduction point of view, but this is the where I would like highlight this some of these slides. Yeah. You can see that we have tested this particular plant for 5 crops, and during the various seasons and various years, and this plant is particularly experienced the Biparjoy as well as the Taute cyclone, and it's not any affected any, because the high wind velocity was there, almost 150 kilometer per hour. Then it is also stands very good, so not even damage any part of this plant. Then we have grown the tomato. Then we have also grown other crops, particularly I cannot see here, the capsicum, tomato, cucumber, as well as lastly we grown the field crops, that is the cotton and groundnut, which is a major crop in our Gujarat, and in particularly Saurashtra region. And we found that the land equivalent ratio is quite good for the vegetable crops, but for field crops, there was not much effect on the field crops, but slightly production was lower in cotton crop. However, the groundnut crop was almost same in below the plant as well as the outside the plant. So that is the as well as the temperature under the plant was found 2 to 4 degree Celsius lower than the outside, because you know that in Gujarat during the summer it is a quite high temperature. It's maybe a 42 to 43 degrees Celsius, and which is under the plant it is favorable. I can say favorable environment as compared to outside, particularly summer, during the summer. And the cucumber crop is very good the second that recently we have also developed the Agri PV greenhouse also, and that is the also now listed on ICR website also, and this is the 4.5 kilowatt Agri PV greenhouse, and it is independently can run the solar, the pan and pad system, lighting system inside that, as well as the 40% surplus electricity can be fed to the grid also. So this is the what we have designed recently, and one PhD student also did this work on the PhD, and we have selected the size of the panel, we have selected the height of the panel, then we have selected the what is the design of the panel. All this we have done in computerized, and the shadow that we have monitored using the robot, sun tracking robot, and that is the again a very good AI based study we did. You can see the shadow under the in greenhouse. Panel is all the direction, north, maybe you can say that west, south direction, as well as north direction, as well as top. So we could maximize the electricity production. Inside there is a little bit low production as compared to other outside, means the general greenhouse, that is the skipple greenhouse, but the quality of the fruit were good as compared to simple greenhouse. Researchable issues, much more we have talked, but what my experience in field says, I have the number of farmers in contact with, and they were interested to have a agrivoltaic system, but the problem arises in policy. The policy, as he has also said, number of farmers are interested, and some friends have already installed the Agri PV system, but when they go for to feed the grid, then the cabling and the electricity board gives a very high billing to them. Then they say, okay, I will try to install. Then even then, some of the friends have installed this PV system and they are growing that crops. But if the policies will be easy, then this will be definitely Gujarat will pick up. Gujarat has the potential of Agri PV systems to install means they have some very good stakeholders for like farmers, then the entrepreneurs, as well as the researchers. All the three come together, then definitely this system can be will come for very high way. But I afraid that this excellence center is a RII is a really, I appreciate that, but I again urge that if such kind of the centers should be established in different agroclimatic zones. That means say in Rajasthan and Gujarat are the most potential for the energy generation point of view. Then it required that kind of the agroclimatic zone installation. The Professor Mani has rightly said that modeling is very important, but verification of modeling is also very important. So some the pilot projects or pilot plants or such type of excellence centers should be multiplied at different prominent zones. Then it will be more helpful in research. As well as this, there are the number of, I have listed out in my slides, number of researchable areas, which you can get from my slides. But most important parameter that for researchable is the social impact on farmers. Social impact on farmers, because the farmers are ready to accept the agrivoltaic, but they are afraid that if they will lose the crop, their yield, then how it will be compensated. So my suggestion in policy making is that if the profit making agency, maybe whatever the agency that installing the this plant, DISCOM, They should have to share the profit with the farmers, maybe in during the some natural calamity time, or maybe during the there is a problem during the climate point of view, or like that. If they can share some profit, maybe at 20-25% of the profit with the farmers will be agree. That is my suggestions. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Chauhanji. Kalpana ma'am, you just have 2 minutes if you would want to speak. We cannot go through your slides, unfortunately, due to time constraint. Kalpana ma'am, over to you.
Can you hear us?
Oh, you. Hello?
Yes. Can you hear?
Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
You invited me because I'm finding it very difficult. I can only see, I'm not able to see the podium and things like that in the meetings. I'm not sure, and a lot of breaks are coming. So, any case, I think, so can I go ahead with this?
Yes. Instead of presentation, if you can just speak out, it can be easier.
Yeah, I have a presentation, but I think I will not take that into consideration and share it because I think there is a time limit.
Yeah.
First of all, thanks a lot for the hosts to invite me to this panel discussion. Unfortunately, I could not make it in person, but definitely this online facility is also more dependable and easier to do. It's also a pleasure for me personally because I'm coming and talking at a forum of IRA, which is also my alma mater, and I'm very pleased to be part of it. The last time when we met in Delhi in one of the panels which CIZ had organized, and we gave us an opportunity for Agri PV to present. This is a story which I just wanted to share with you people that research is fine, but I think the research ecosystem, and especially when we have a center of excellence in coming up very strongly in one of the best institutes of the country, I think we have to recognize the role of several innovators and entrepreneurs and startups coming up with beautiful ideas, which can definitely answer some of the elements raised in the previous talks, even in the inaugural. Yes, we all accept agri photovoltaics as now the in thing which is coming, answering many of the problems which are felt, and also give an extra benefit to the final client that's on farm. So since we are in the transition and developing and evolving, it's pretty evolving to develop a policy framework. I think our experience at PGTSU is something which I can just relate to. It was way back about 2 years back when a startup had walked into our incubator at PGTSU, and basically the startups who work on photovoltaics, I must also admit, they are primarily from non-agriculture background, with their engineering, innovative spirit. They come up with beautiful solutions which can be now applied, and that's exactly the whole system of agri photovoltaic, which is developing. What did we learn here? One, we learned that in the innovation ecosystem, the first and foremost recognition that there are some innovators coming up with solutions. And I think the startup I am referring to, Mr. Balaji of RenCube, is probably in the next session also, and he will share definitely his experience. Now, what are we trying to do? Till now, we have been talking of all the people in R&D system, in academia and universities who are already taking certain projects on agri photovoltaics. But here we had an offering coming up from a startup which we had to blend into the ecosystem. And I think in the center of excellence, this is one aspect you would need to really delve also. Initially when the startup came, remember it's a startup, it's a bootstrap company initially. Holding a pilot, what was the offering was to run a pilot in the experimental farms in the university so that we get authenticated data on the innovation they are supplying. Their innovation primarily was on a different type of solar panel, which could maximize and help get more of the sunlight in a shorter duration and come up with, I think the details I'm requesting Mr. Balaji to really relate to the audience in person there. But definitely when we ran the project, we had to engage with the research ecosystem, the scientists also. So that voice which was said about trying to build, take social sciences and cultural factors into consideration of conducting research in agri-photovoltaics was actually felt. We felt it because we had to really go endless meetings to cement the partnership also. Once that was done, then we started talking about how to take this innovation, build a panel, and which would be useful for the local local crops in the local environment of Telangana region where we are looking. We also looked at literature and we found that it was important that we inculcate the farming practices for some of the ongoing crops, where the produce would also bring us the element of the price and better price for the farmer. So the challenge was to start thinking and planning an experiment with a startup and the scientists in place for conducting this in the experiment farm, taking Telangana-based crops. Rightly just now in the previous talk, it was voiced that Gujarat and Rajasthan is fundamentally a good place to take off. And I know in our country, I think Khazri was the initiative. We found that even in this part of the country, agri-photovoltaics, after a period of 1 year in all the 3 seasons, all the crops which we chose were locally acceptable crops. And the details I can share in my presentation. The best part is in all the 3 years, the yields were nowhere jeopardized or reduced, or there was any level of reduction in the yields as compared to the the traditionally grown crops. And I think that is an element I would like to do. This with the added ingredient of energy consumption, giving back to the solar grid. I think this is the beauty and the success part of it. The challenging is what I'm trying to see. You're looking at a center of excellence. So our challenge is how do we build an ecosystem where the research, new type of research which was read in the previous section also are taken up as projects. In a co-creative model, we run what we call as co-creation projects, where we involve the startups as well as the the research staff to run a next level of research innovation, which can be in a collaborative. This is a unique model. There are a lot of intricacies in cementing it, including the IPs which will come at the end of the project. But these are doable things which can lead to a better offering. The next part.
Ma'am, I think we need to go on because of time constraint. I'm really sorry I can't give you more time. Thank you. Sure. Sure. Thank you. Yes. Yes. Thank you. Thanks a lot for your insight. I would now like to call upon Dr. Vishwanathan Chinnaswamiji, the JDR, to say a few words and conclude this session.
Thank you, Rahul. Already, I think from the morning, we are hearing a lot of researchable issues. So, dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. So, I don't want to take a lot of time
from your lunch time. Already we are approaching it. So one thing what I want to suggest is the Agri PV system that are well established in other countries versus our countries, we need to really analyze and do it in our country. The research, total research is required for our countries, because in other countries the crops monocropping and the large area farming is practiced when compared to our country, where the smallholder farmers are there, and we whatever research we do, we need to do in the cropping systems mode of research, because rice followed by wheat or rice followed by any other crop. So whatever cropping system matrix that we prepare for Agri PV, it should be suitable for the cropping system that is followed in that area. And when compared to other countries, India is in a situation where we need to increase the food and the horticulture production by 1.8-fold by 2050. At the same time, from the same land, as we discussed, it is from the same 140 million hectare of net zone area, of which the horticulture crop that we are talking, it is maybe very little area is covered. Like total horticulture area is only about 28 million hectare, and if you see the vegetables, or specifically the leaf vegetable, the area is very less. So we need to focus on the other crops also, field crops also. In the field crops, the potential is, as we have seen from the data presented by the previous scientist, the yield reduction in the rain-fed area and the area where the light intensity is high and where the oxidative stress is there, in those area the yield reduction in the field crops is less. It is well understood. So we have the irrigated area about 60% and 40% is about rain-fed area. So we have to see what are the crops, rain-fed crops, that can we target in addition to the vegetables and those seed-living crops which you are targeting, which are usually like a total area. If we calculate, that will come only up to a very little area. And the other aspect is that the research on the development of crops. So the low light intensity is a problem in eastern India during the rainy season. ICR is trying to develop rice genotypes that can tolerate to low light conditions. So such kind of research is also required, because we cannot rely on only the existing crop, existing genotypes. So those kind of research also need to be introduced. So these are the few observations. Otherwise, already most of the points were talked, and yesterday also we discussed a lot. Because of the time constraint, I am not going to discuss in detail. So with this, I thank the GIZ and MNRE and NICE for joining with IRI in establishing this Center of Excellence. And I am sure we will contribute. We will put our best of our human resources in this project to deliver the best possible to the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I now call upon Dr. Dilip Kushwaha to do the felicitation to all the panelists here. Dr. PM Chauhan. Big round of applause, please. I know everybody is hungry. Dr. Vishwanathan Chinnaswamy. Professor Nindramani. Professor D.K. Singh. Shilp Verma. Sorry, Shilp. I request all of you to have one last picture and then go to lunch, and then we assemble here again at 2:30. Thank you, everyone. We see each other at 2:30 again.
Abhishek, I'll call him. Yes. I think my presentation is there, right? I can speak. I think
Who are the people?
moderate. I'm still not clear because it says moderated by JV and chair is.
So here, it was actually me, but there was a lot of change yesterday.
Yeah.
So there's a mess actually. So
Keynote
Dr. Jay, yes. So he will be giving, yes. No, I will invite everybody and it will be shared by him. So and then there would be a discussion.
So what is the sequence?
It would be him. He'd be doing a presentation. It's an online presentation from Germany. And then Balaji, Sapashil Pawar, Adarsh Ashok, and Sandeep Nahar.
So this is fine, but who will do the
Moderation. Moderation. It would be.
Say subshading.
Yeah.
So we can set the context, put it in the flow. That's all I can. That's all you more to Sandeep talk about. The research and what the center of excellence should focus on. What areas of research. Even you can say that, or
I can do that. Because it's rather than.
Basically, my presentation is about what the center of excellence should focus on the research area.
Yes.
So that's just.
Yeah, I think rather than telling it to somebody at this point, I'll say it myself.
Sure. And if Prakash is doing, I'll just speak to him. And
yes.
It is attempting to moderate.
Yes.
Or not moderated, but
it was a mess.
I can understand.
I'm so sorry, but it was a mess. I mean,
And you have the presentation because it takes some time.
Utkarsh. Utkarsh. Can you open the presentations?
There must be one presentation.
It's in folder.
Yeah. Just keep it open, or I'll quickly run. I'll just show you. Yours in panel discussion 2. Yeah, this one. That's it. Just keep it open whenever they want. I think full screen कैसे होता है? Control L से होता है. That's it. So I'll spin. So बस आप एक context set कर दें. I'll be in the last, but just context set कर देना कि this is about what the center of excellence, what areas, what could be the key research areas for control. That's it. So just say that one word. Minimize purpose.
I think we need to keep the projector and everything on as soon as it comes. We need to do that and then please for lunch. Please call Abhishek inside and please you also come inside and then you guys go for lunch. I'm not having lunch. I will eat I also need to speak about the sound management. Please call Abhishek.
Yes. We really have problems. Eventually, for once we have to do. Like a lot of protected discuss now. If it's like that, it's the patient's protection. How we how yes. Yes, you can say. Yes, we take it. I mean, we got out right. Bye-bye. What happened? me just connect it. The IARE, yeah. Slide PPT you can copy. Knowledge. Can I bring it here on this screen? Yeah, yes. You have a video which is the yeah, yeah.
To remove the current shade over plant.
What do you have to do is like
Introducing.
so I can it will be visible, right? Like yeah, it will be visible. You will remove the smaller window. Okay, and it will be visible. You just have to it might close it. Okay. So notes will be yes, notes will be visible here, but it will not be visible. Okay. This is currently in presentation mode, so that's the second screen. Okay. And shift the let's try changing the slide. For slides, we will have to take the cursor here, put it here, and then okay. Then the notes will not be there. So okay, let's see to be no, but no notes will not change. Sorry, notes will not be visible. No, notes are there. Notes are there, but slides won't change. If you want to change it there, right. Then the notes and the slide together. No issue, no issue. The guy that is not it. Well, this is a double screen. No issue. That is yeah. You put it down. Oh, yes. So yours is in the last session there. Yes. Okay. So I will take this. It's going okay. Just give me 5 minutes. Okay. It's on the desktop itself. Right. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Okay. Desktop itself. Okay. Now the first presentation is Sandeep Narayan. Okay. It's just talking. Presentations. Thank you. That's I'll also. It's deleting. He's not responsible. हाँ मतलब उसको यहाँ पे रहना चाहिए ना संदीप नाम का पहले खोलो खोलो या He's going to present first. I'll change the name. Then Devang Mistry. एक मिनट रुको, मेरे को नाम change करना है. Just go to Devang. ये. No, not the presentation. Online disconnected. Devang, can you hear us? Yeah. Yeah, we are able to hear. Just unmute. ये कितना जो आएगा. अच्छा वो ये क्या extend है. इसीलिए तो मुझको confusion होती है. डॉक्टर ने extend है. Accept
Now you can hear us.
Devang, can you hear us?
I would say hear us.
Hello. Hello. Devang. Okay, chat. Somebody chat. Hello. Yeah, he's in now. Admit. Hello. 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 Yeah. He already. Hello. Yeah. Hi.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. We'll do it after this. We'll have a short break. We need to change the names on the stage. Devang, you will be the second one, okay? Sandeep Narang will present first, and then you will present. Devang? Hello? Devang?
Yes.
Yes. So Sandeep Narang will be presenting first, and then you will be presenting. Yeah? Okay?
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Gajanan Joshi.
Yes. Yes.
Also.
I have admitted him as well. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Mute. Sandeep's presentation and keep it ready. And then I give the introduction. Prakash speaks first, and then Sandeep Narang. Okay. First is Devang, right? No, Sandeep Narang. Yeah, Sandeep IARI. Yes. Yeah. That's fine. Yeah. I'll do this session, and the next session is. Yeah. I will. After this session, as soon as it's done, I'll. Yes. So I was asking. You keep it as a slide up later. Just वहाँ पे है ये नहीं है ये अलग है चल हाँ टेक्स्ट ऑफ बात में हाँ इसकी बोल कौन सा पैनल डिस्कशन है लास्ट 3 पैनल डिस्कशन लास्ट 2 Thank you. चेन नहीं दी वही है ना this one right? बंद कर दो और डिजाइन के लिए नीचे लाओ पैनल 2 में पैनल 1 में पैनल 1 में पैनल 1 का जो शिफ्ट पैनल 1 का 83 जी का ये जो ये वहाँ पे शिफ्ट सक्सेस पैनल 3 चाहिए मतलब सक्सेस की हाँ पैनल 3 से पैनल 3 का सक्सेस की चलो अभी क्या हो गई चलो
I will finish up.
Good afternoon, everybody. Shortly, we'll be starting the session 2.
Yes, we start with Sandeep, Deva, and then Balaji, Adarsh. I think Satashil Power has left. Yes, left. Yes, yes. But how he should at least inform, right? Yeah. Did he even inform? I don't think. Aditya? He will inform me. Why did Pawar leave? Satashil Pawar? So again, and but like it should at least. Systematically and get on now. Then biology. Okay. Welcome everyone post lunch. The second panel discussion will be about PV technological innovations in India. This will be chaired by Dr. Prakash, DDG, NISC. I don't need to give an introduction because I've already done the same in the morning. So Dr. Prakash, please onto the dais. Also, I would like to invite Mr. Sandeep Narang from EY. Sandeep Narang is the Director of Strategy and Consulting at EY. He leads the energy consulting practices and provides solutions for businesses and government on all issues related to power sector in India. I would also like to call upon Dr. Adarsh Ashok from NIIST. He has more than 10 years of interdisciplinary research and development experience. He started his research career with MTech thesis work at Amrita Center for Nanosciences.
And later he joined IIT Mumbai and did his PhD from there. In this area, he has around 8 publications and 2 filed patents. He is one of the top 10 Indo-Swiss innovators representing India in the Indo-Swiss Academy Industry Training Camp in 2016. I would also like to invite Mr. Balaji, the CEO of RenCube. Balaji Lakshmikant is the founder and CEO of RenCube, a renewable energy company pioneering in panels with almost 95% of crop yield. And also manufacturing the world's first motion-free optical tracking system for solar photovoltaic cells. Also, we have a virtual participant, Mr. Devang Mistry from Next to Sun. Devang Mistry is key accountant manager for Next to Sun, a leading German innovator in vertical bifacial agrivoltaic systems. He's done his master's in renewable energy systems from the University of Applied Sciences, Nordhausen, where he conducted depth research on feasibility of vertical bifacial agrivoltaics in India. I would now like to call upon Dr. Prakash ji to say a few words and set the stage.
Good afternoon, all, and welcome to this next panel discussion 2, which is on PV technology innovation. What is happening in India? So we have our esteemed guest. They have different expertise in the field of photovoltaic. So they will be talking about what we can do next in this center of excellence. So just give you a brief.
I'll do this.
Okay. Can call him? Yeah.
We would also like to invite Anil Kumar ji onto the dais to say a few words from an MNRE perspective.
So Dr. Anil is a scientist and heading and doing a lot of work in R&D division of MNRE. So welcome, Dr. Anil. Yeah. Okay, so if we talk about photovoltaics, this morning we learned in panel discussion first that what are the different aspects of crop management and how we can, from agriculture side, what are the research points we can focus on. So in this session, we can also deliberate our efforts towards the innovation in photovoltaic technology. So basically, if we talk about PV with respect to agrivoltaic system, so there are 2 places where the innovations are needed. One is the module design itself, whether we can utilize the same module which is being used commercially for standard applications, or we need to change it as per the need of the crop or the locations. For example, we can change the gap of cells, and so that we can maintain the transparency of module so that light can be controlled, which is coming to the bottom part of the module or the crop. And then second thing is we can, in this module itself, we can focus on making it a lightweight. For example, if we want to put it at very high elevated structure, it will be good. We can have less weight so that the structure cost might be lower. And then second, and the most important thing is, which is the mounting structure itself, because mounting structure is the key for agrivoltaic system. And I think most of the focus should be going into this, because this will be ultimately deciding that how much we can get from this plant in terms of agriculture and what is the cost we are putting into it. Because major cost for the agrivoltaic system, if we talk about PV cost, it will be coming from our mounting structure. So without going further in detail, I will like to call upon our expert on different things in PV technology. Over to you. Thank you.
The first presentation of this session by Sandeep Narang. He will be speaking about the research areas for Agri PV in India, setting the context on how it can be relatable to the Center of Excellence.
Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for having me here, GIZ, IIRI, and NICE. Congratulations for this launch of Center of Excellence. This is a post-lunch session, so I hope I can put some excitement and some nicotine with some slides, but I want this to be as interactive as possible rather than just slides by death. My presentation largely focuses on, this is day 0 for the Center of Excellence. So what we are trying to reflect is what should be the roadmap for Center of Excellence in terms of the key research areas as far as Agri PV is concerned. So what we looked at was, let's look at what the world is doing on Agri PV. We have try to run through a lot of research papers. We found a couple of them, and we've just read through the paper, but we're trying to put the abstract for your benefit and for the benefit of Center of Excellence. And based on that, the work that is being done internationally, it gives us some direction in terms of what would be the scope for the research. And also, with GIZ, we've been engaged for the last 2 years, working on some of these innovative solar technologies, and Agri PV is one of the technologies. So we've had multiple rounds of discussion. So some of the research areas and the scope of research areas based on our work with GIZ in the past, Abhinav is there. We've tried to help put in some slides for your benefit. So let's start with, so broadly 2 sections. Let's start with the international overview. So, before we get into specific papers, we found a interesting paper, which was research on researches. And this was very interesting for us that there's a paper which is actually reviewing the researches on the APV. And what we found was, this paper was actually reviewing close to 100 researches being done across different geographies. We tried to understand what is the direction that the research is trying to get. And some of the insights that we found was, obviously there are not too many details on the slide, but 1 or 2 insights that we could gather was that more than 50% of almost 50% of the papers are focused on the scale of PV production. Much to our surprise, when we talk about APV, and especially in the context of Kusum schemes, we are largely talking about pump sets, IP, individual pump solarization, and feeder level solarization. But the world is moving towards the megawatt as far as APV is concerned. Interestingly, out of those 50, papers, what it also says is that more than 26 studies were oriented on more than 1 megawatt size installation. So APV is not, as an insight, what we gathered, much contrary to our initial thoughts, was that APV is not something which is kilowatt scale. It can be done at a megawatt scale. The research, another insight that we get is that the research is focusing on engineering issues. So on the electron side, we've seen issues being addressed in these researches around engineering, such as configuration, layout, and power yield. But it also highlights the gaps, and some of the gaps that they've highlighted is that there is very lack of focus on the financial comprehensiveness or the financial performance of these Agri PV systems. So quite quite obvious to see why APV systems are still not reaching the way other conventional solar photovoltaic systems have taken up. So it also highlights addressing gaps in knowledge, including training and skilling and those sort of areas. If we look at some of the specific papers in Germany, they have done a very good study on microclimates, studying the microclimates, and the results are very this has been done for almost a year across four different crops. Now you can see the the image in the center. This was done for 2017-18, 4 different crops in an open area and a APV system, and they have good empirical evidence as far as PAR reduction is concerned, soil temperature decrease is concerned. The PAR is roughly down by 30%. The yield varies across different crops from 20% minus to upwards of plus 11%. And there are other benefits in terms of air temperature and soil moisture content, which is very promising. But the key thing is, despite the microclimate change, the crop growth enhancement is being seen in the APV systems as well. Clearly, there are studies internationally that are focused on assessing and providing evidence across different crops from a microclimate perspective. And if you look at the Mediterranean region studies, this was done for one particular crop, tomato. The key part of this, the key feature of this study was to also compare conventional panels versus semi-transparent panels. And again, going back to the research of research, you found that a lot of studies are focused on layouts, on technology, on PV systems, and therefore the electron side is very promising as far as research areas are concerned. So the results are pretty obvious. I mean, in semi-transparent, you see less reduction in PAR and also lesser impact on the tomato yield. Water demand is also slightly lesser. Water saving, in fact, reduction is slightly lesser. Now, obviously, what is the relevance for India? I think while tomato is incidental to this region, but in India, it may be a very sensitive crop to experiment on the yield. So we feel that we should look at crops which are not sensitive to price while doing impact assessments on yields, etc. So there are many papers we can go on and on, but I have been given 10 minutes, so I'll quickly come to the meat of what we are recommending. In terms of APV research areas, we classify our recommendations into first of all, we look at the APV system from 2 lenses, the electron side and the molecule side. So electron side requires a lot of research on layouts and technology, which is what we are presenting over here. On the electron side, we are proposing that we should have more research in the direction, from a direction studying standpoint. We should have more research on custom PVs panels designed. We saw the difference, what the international studies are saying as far as semi-transparent versus conventional panels are concerned. There's a plenty of scope. Indian agriculture ecosystem is not very mechanized and automated. It's very manual still. There's plenty of scope when we go and do a co-optimization for electrons and molecules. We need to invest a lot in automation to figure out what is the optimum level. I'm sure in the next subsequent sessions, as we talk about, there will be some simulation studies that industry folks will talk about. I think we need more of that. And one of the fundamental features of automation should be about how do we totally bring the optimal value as far as a crop is concerned. And obviously system configuration. We have seen Southwest east-west and south-facing layouts. We've seen vertical, but are there more layouts possible in the Indian context? And can we bring automation along with system configuration to design something which has maximized yield or minimize the yield loss? On the molecule side, although I'm not an agri expert and sitting in a IRAI, I think there's enough intelligence available on the molecule side. But what I really see, there's plenty of work being done on the agri innovation, but I still believe that as a country we need to really focus on researching on agri business models. I think some of the speakers talked about the agri business models. In some ways we call it agronomics, which basically means that how do we make this attractive for the farmer and the FPO community at large. So what we believe is, first of all, we need to do a low-hanging fruit analysis or a low-hanging crop analysis, and figure out which ones are the ones which will have zero loss or even higher yield, because we have this problem of heat. Unlike the European counterparts, India is so a lot of summer crops and the other crops face the problem of heat. So we should focus on solving those crops which have the problem of heat, and therefore yield is not really a constraint. And then we should look at, once we have solved that, we should look at total value creation. Now, total value creation could start with yield impact, but it has other value contributions, value levers, such as impact of water consumption. In most of the APV systems, as the literature suggests, it will be only adding value. In other study that I just showed, the sub-Mediterranean region, it also found that the tomato crop quality had also improved in terms of the attributes and the vitals that the constituents of the crop per se. So there will be contribution to the crop quality, and that crop quality may yield better pricing in the mandi or the markets. So either you look at the crop quality or you link it with the price premium that the crop will command in the vegetable markets or the crop markets. And there could be other attributes, but the idea is that we should have a total value. We need to have studies around total value creation, and it is only then we will be able to figure out what lies in it for a farmer. And the other angle, approach that is also essential is the agroecological approach. I think earlier in the inaugural session, they talked about the integrated, center of excellences, and now they have, different states. So there are various, angles there are various perspectives to agroecological approaches, such as integrated pest management, such as intercropping, and there are studies which have shown internationally that APV systems can further the agenda of agroecological systems. So I think from a molecule side, it's important to look at both agroeconomics and agroecological to onboard the farmers at large. Finally, last 2 cents on once we have looked at the molecule and the electron side. One reason why, and we've also seen that Agri PV will largely, also has the potential to grow at a megawatt scale. What we really found in our studies was that agriculture in it per se will not have that much energy requirement, and there will be excess surplus generation. So unless the local utility and the grid isn't, the APV systems are integrated with grid, we will end up having smaller scale installations only. So how do we focus on the policy and regulations required? And this is a regulated sector. The entire electron side and the grid is very regulated. So there are regulations in terms of price, there are regulations in terms of technical and technology and grid connectivity. Agriculture feeders are largely very radial in nature, and often not in the best of the shape compared with their urban counterparts. So there are a host of interventions that may be required to connect this with a grid. And also Agri PV systems, to promote Agri PV systems at large, there are risks and inherent risks associated with Agri PV systems. So, we've talked about Agri PV definition. I think Madam earlier in the session talked about that they're already addressing it or maybe have addressed it. There are farm insurance. We've seen that there's a central government farm insurance scheme. There are some states also that are promoting farm insurance schemes. So can APV risks associated with APV for the farmer be included in those schemes, and then we have a collaborative approach to onboard the farmer, is something that we can look at. There's a model groundwater bill that was proposed in 2016, and if you look at that, there is a priority stack that is being recommended. I don't know if it is effective or not, but there is a priority stack for use of groundwater. So can APV systems, can farmers be encouraged, if farmers who are putting up APV systems be encouraged in top priority or in the merit order, is something that we can obviously look at from a research standpoint. Land use, Dr. Tripati earlier talked about the taxation, and land use both go hand in hand. And I think some states have started saying with official notifications, I think Delhi has done it, that Agri PV systems can continue to be an agricultural activity from an end use standpoint, but more states have to come forward. So we need more such clarity to give lenders and investors a lot of ease of comfort that they can invest in these projects. These projects are investable. Evacuation and technology, I really want to mention that the systems are very weak. The agricultural systems are not up to mark. So you need to have an MIS to figure out where the evacuation can happen, and if we and find out immediate potential sites that can be evacuated and sold back to the grid. And finally, if I leave it with a few points on the Agri PV skilling gap. We found a lot of stakeholders to scale up these APV systems at state level. We will need to sensitize a lot of stakeholders. The distribution company officials, Krishi Vikas Kendra officers, technicians, and farmers themselves. So we have found some skilling intervention required. We are proud to say that with GIZ we have been engaged in conducting training programs at the state levels. We've already done 2 of them, and we hopefully want to cover the entire country over the next 12 months. But we need more such training programs focused on sensitizing and addressing the skill gaps around APV. So with this, I thank you organizers for having me. Look forward for your questions. Thank you.
Just switch on the will be joining updated.
Divyang, can you hear us? Divyang?
Yes.
You can hear us, right? Yeah. So you can share your screen and present. Thank you. Devang will be speaking about vertical bifacial panels from next to sun.
Can you see my screen? Yes.
Uh, so, Hello everyone. My name is Devang Mistry. I am from next to Sun, Germany, and I would like to present vertical bifacial agrovoltaics. Since Next to Sun is a company based in Germany, and we are entering in the Indian market. We have signed 3 LOIs with different companies in India, one being NSEFI and 2 project-specific companies. And we are on our route to installing pilot installation by this year. And I would like to present some ideas of what the technology is, our experience so far in Europe, agriculture and PV synergies in between, and some of the reference installations so far. Starting with the background of the company. So the Next to Sun founded in 2015 with the sole aim of sustainable and grid-friendly expansion of ground-mounted Agri PV system. The fourfold usage of this technology are agriculture, photovoltaic, biodiversity, and better grid serviceability by relieving of the power grid. As of 2023, we have around about 20 megawatts of projects installed so far all over Europe. And we have 90 megawatts of projects are in planning phase, and we have around about 70 employees so far. Our main products are mainly Agri PV system, solar pens for commercial and residential purposes, and solar pens for agricultural land. So a little bit about vertical bifacial agri photovoltaics. A system consists of an element. An element consists of 2 posts, crossbars, 2 bifacial panels which are oriented in vertical manner. We work with heterojunction modules, and we keep 8 to 12 meters space in between for agricultural practices. According to the calculations, 10% of the land is required for solar installation. The remaining 90% can be used for agricultural purposes. Compared to the conventional ground-mounted PV system, which has a peak on 12 o'clock, the vertical bifacial system have a peak early in the morning and early in the afternoon, which is similar to the reverse duck curve, providing electricity when needed. An ideal solution for agrivoltaics would be to have a conventional system installed along with vertical bifacial to reduce the gap and flatten the curve to provide electricity at all time. The vertical bifacial is producing electricity at demanded oriented generation. The yield of the technology is around about 1100 to 1250 kilowatt hour per kilowatt peak in Germany. The main 2 factors which influence this technology are latitude and the soil conditions in terms of albedo. In Germany and in European conditions, we are getting around about 5 to 10% more than conventional photovoltaic system. And as per the Indian context, we aim to have either similar kind of yield or a degradation of 5% of the yield, depending upon the geological conditions. Around about 350 to 500 kilowatt of system can be installed in 1 hectare. That also depends upon the soil condition and the project requirements. So the agricultural use, mainly we have installed system for arable farming, for grassland, for animal husbandry, and some crops alongside with it. A crop height which has around about 1.5 meters in total or below than that would be highly suitable for vertical system. Since crops higher than that, for example, maize and corn, are not suitable, and that produces shadow on the system itself. The main advantage of the system is that we do not use any sort of concrete foundation. We have pile foundation that is also adjustable to the system, and the system acts as a windbreaker mainly that certainly helps in water availability and reduces the risk of bearing damage for the crops. The system can also be utilized for flower strips and biodiversity. Along with that, some of our experience with agriculture with vertical systems so far. So ideally, the length of the harvester, 20% more than that space required for agricultural land strip. We recommend around about 8 to 15 meters. In our project so far, we have installed minimum of 6.5 meters. Consideration within a consideration of 2 modules in height, but we consider 10 to 15 meters minimum for better advancement of utilizing the land. The crop height, as I said, if it can be 0.8 to 1.12 meters, any crop can be suitable in practice. The system is compliant with DI and spec, and the working height of the harvester or any agricultural machinery is up to your choice. Some of the interesting parameters on light and water management in concerning different Agri PV system, whether it is ground mounted, high elevated fixed. Vertical bifacial has higher light availability compared to the other Agri PV system and lesser loss of light availability, which also results in high light availability and homogeneity on agricultural land. That also helps us, and we have informed and validated so far, which explained to us that the uniform growth and maturation in crops has been observed. Moderate shading can reduce the drought stress on plants, and that increases in water use efficiency. With this system, we have observed almost unchanged water availability and distribution. Due to the modules act as a windbreakers mainly, we have higher water availability and homogeneity, and no water dripping on the edges, which results in water erosion damage. Along with that, the dust protection is also quite high compared to the conventional system. As per the average wind speed, significant reduction in the mean wind speed has been observed in the plant, which we have confirmed on one of our plants in Switzerland, in Sweden and in France. Reduced bearing damage of the crops, lower risk of wind erosion has been experienced so far. We are en route to evaluate the air temperature and humidity in between the strips to confirm and validate our results. But despite moderate shedding, an increased water use efficiency can be achieved, which is, I would say, quite a critical factor in terms of Agri PV. Suitability of the system for different latitudes and climatic conditions have been validated, and for that reason, we have a strong project pipeline in India to check according to the Indian climatic conditions. So most of the crops that we have used and the area in which we have focused so far are arable farming, grassland, focusing on hay and silage, pasture, diversity, and on moorland. Suitability of most of the standard crops can be possible: cereal, vegetables, berries, potatoes, wheat, winter wheat. Restriction may apply to the crops which are low in shed tolerance and high growth heights. Some of our reference installations so far. So this is one of the wheat production in one of our plant in Donaueschingen, around about 4.2 megawatt of installation. Hay harvesting along with the system. This is our installation in Sweden so far. From the bottom 2 images, you can observe that the snow collection on the conventional system along with vertical system. And on the right hand side, drought protection inside the agricultural strip in between the installed system is there. Most of the crops which are below 1.5 meters are mostly suitable, and we have experience with wheat mostly in grassland, but at the same time, due to the crop rotation cycle, we are also experimenting with different crops here. Along with that, these are some of the peas and wheat installation. So, yeah, and that is it. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Devang. I now request Anil Kumarji from MNRE to come and say a few words about the MNRE perspective on Agri PV.
So, good afternoon to all. So, I'm Dr. Anil Kumar, looking after research and development and new technology in the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy. So, as far as this topic is PV technology innovation, so our ministry is implementing a renewable energy research and technology development program, where we funded the 100% financing to the government institutions and 70% to the industry. And we also funded various center of excellence in the ministry. So as far as regard to this particular agro PV, we should go to reverse side system panel, and then we will go to the solar cell. So solar cell, presently we have innovated various solar cell like 22% efficiency achieved by the BHEL for PERC solar cell. This is a crystalline silicon technology. And IIT Bombay has recently developed a 30% efficiency solar cell with the crystalline silicon tandem with perovskite solar cell. So it is a largest achievement, and our minister has called IIT Bombay and given a commercial project, collaborated with various industry. So the project cost is around 78 crore, and it is the largest project to commercialize the larger size solar cell. And another achievement we have achieved in the perovskite solar cell, where world highest is around 27, and we have achieved around 26% efficiency through IIT Bombay. So this perovskite solar cell is very useful for the agro photovoltaic also, because it has a larger spectrum. It could work in the low radiation level. So that is very useful for our country, and it is of course much cheaper than crystalline silicon solar cell. So we are hoping that in future, after 5 years, the production line of the perovskite solar cell will come soon. China has already started, but we are still as at par with the world in the research area of solar cells. So these are some solar cell achievement in our country, which could be this is done in our National Center for Photovoltaic Research and Education, IIT Bombay, where we have continuously funded this project to IIT Bombay, and we coordinate the each and every center of excellence to each center. Suppose you need some technology innovation from solar cell from IIT Bombay, they will help to your center also. They will coordinate that. So this coordination is very much required for that. And apart from that, for solar system application, we have developed, NICE has developed solar water ATM, which is very useful, and I think it is already been commercialized, solar cold storage. So we should also look for, although for agro PV for grid connected, as well as we should also see the off-grid application of this agro PV, where we can find the solar cold storage is a very successful business model in the country. 1,000 cold storage has been installed, solar cold storage, and the business model is already established in the country. So that could be integrated with this solar agriculture PV, and many applications like hydrogen generation, charging of electric vehicles, and various applications. There is a lot of application in that. So these are the innovation which center could see these applications. So I think from MNRE side, we are continuously support the center of excellence. We are hoping that our scheme will be open in September or after that, when the next new government will come. So then thereafter, we will give some seed funding to the center of excellence. So we have a 5 center of excellence like IIT Bombay, I have already told. One is a center of excellence for green building and passive architecture in Gujarat, which is already, we have given the seed funding, and it is already running self-sustained. And another is a thin film technology for Besu, Kolkata. and when NICE is a head of this center of excellence of this. So this is all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I now invite Mr. Balaji from RenCube to speak about motion-free optical tracking systems.
Thanks, JZ, for this opportunity. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, so from the morning, right, we've been seeing a lot of problems. So we'll talk a little bit about our solutions. So we have our first Agri PV pilot in Telangana Agriculture University. It's a small pilot of 10 kilowatt. So what we have proven there is 100% of the land could be used for agriculture and for solar at the same time. And we can also get a 95% crop yield. This was one of the first pictures that we have taken on the site live. We have done 3 seasons. I'll talk about all the crops and seasons and what we have got. But here in this topic and the discussion today is about the innovation, what we have done to make a difference, right? So we already talked about semi-transparent panels versus the 2 square meter traditional panels, right? What happens with the 2 square meter traditional panels is that they create a block shadow which doesn't allow crops to grow. And if you have a block shadow for a large part of the land that is directly underneath the panels and about 6 hours of shadow is available, no crops grows traditionally, and that's been the problem. So what we have done is you've taken the semi-transparent panel kind of a approach, but suitable for the tropical country like India. So in Europe and Germany, you would have seen a continuous panel with the cell gap, cell gap, cell gap. So what we have done is we've taken strips of panels or what we call as tiles, and we have given a gap. So thereby, what we are seeing is that we are getting a power value of between 500 to 1100, which is good enough for any tropical crop to grow in this part of the world. And also, because of movement of the sun and the shadow, what happens is you get about 3 to 4 hours of sunshine continuously, right, for every crop. And that is the reason why we are able to say, or we are able to derive 95% crop yield under different circumstances. I'll talk about that shortly. This, of course, this has been done and funded by the BIRAC grant. And of course, we have worked with Agriculture University, Kalpana ma'am, and Dr. Lavil Kumar has been our instrumental in right, getting through this pilot from an agriculture perspective. This is a test bed layout, but I guess you will not be interested in that. So this is a elevated structure so that any drone or tractor or any kind of farming mechanism. So this has been, again, the university, the Agriculture University's mandate has been no crop mechanisms that is being currently followed should be disturbed. So we elevated by 3.2 meters, and every single agricultural farming practice that is being done across multiple crops has been carried out. This was the earlier one. We did groundnut, we got 90% yield. Again, when we say 90% yield, what it means is we have a reference site, which is an open area where we do the same cultivation for the same land. And then we have the site under these panels that we especially built. And we got a 90% yield in terms of coconut, groundnut, beans, carrots, and cabbage in the first instance. In the second instance, that is a summer crop, we got like the greens, more than 100% yield. Primarily because it's summer, it's Hyderabad, and there is some shade and protection provided by our panels, and we got 114% yield, and the rest of the things are within the 90-95% window. And the last one was, so this is a kharif crop, sorry, there's a mistake there, and we got
Again, tomato, I think we talked a little bit about tomato from a Mediterranean region. We got 110% yield in Hyderabad. So that kind of proves, right? So there is one more thing that happens with this type of panels, which we didn't kind of plan for it or innovate for it, is that because of the air circulation that happens across the panels, there was an increase in energy yield when compared. We also had a reference. You can see the last strip, there's a reference, which is a traditional panel. So we got 5 to 10% increase in energy yield because of the air circulation that happens because of the strips that we have created. Okay, and in summer especially, we got 10 to 15% increase in energy yield, and in winter and others, we got 3 to 5% increase in energy. Having said that, I think Rahul introduced as motion-free optical tracking. I have not touched upon it. I'll touch a little bit about that before we go into these crop parameters. So what we are trying to achieve is that there should not be any installation which is devoid of agriculture. What we are trying to say is all ground-mounted PV systems should have agriculture by default. Now, how do we make it effective, cost-effective? That's where the unit economics comes into picture. We are not there today, but what we are working on is another technology called motion-free optical tracking, where instead of putting a physical tracker with motors and gears, we are trying to have glass as a tracking medium to increase the energy yield. So right now, it's in the pilot stage, in the proof of concept stage, we are able to achieve 20 to 40% increase in energy yield. We'll bring some of it into this. So the additional cost that is required to elevate the structure or do a vertical mounting structure, we will be able to compensate by increasing the energy yield. So what we are planning to eventually provide is provide the same IRR as the traditional panels and also make agriculture possible in 100% of the land with a 95% crop yield. So anyone interested in pilot, let us know. We are small. We have just started. It will take some more time for us to get to commercial scale in megawatt, but happy to discuss and collaborate in any way I can. And these are some of the other technical parameters on the crop. If you have more interested, we can share the detailed scientific report in terms of how we arrived at the plant height, the number of leaves, and the leaf area index, or whatever things that we have had as part of a report. We'll be more than happy to share. Thank you very much. This is just the economics of it, but yeah, you guys are much aware of what economics is about. Thank you.
Thank you, Balaji. I would now call Dr. Adarsh Ashok from NIIST to speak about his innovations in Agri PV.
Thank you, Rahul, and thank you, GS, for extending the invitation. And myself, Dr. Adarsh Ashok, I represent Center for Sustainable Energy Technology at CSIR, National Institute for Interdisciplinary Science and Technology. We are a part of Ministry of Science and Technology, Government of India. So, as you have, we have already witnessed today morning, this is the inauguration of Center for Excellence in Agri PV. And I congratulate NICE and IARI and MNRE for this much needed and need of the our effort that is required in this particular sector specifically. And today, in the inaugural talk, all of us have listened to BK Singh, Dr. BK Singh, saying that the requirement of R&D, because most of the cases when a technology emerge, we will end up we will be in a very rush and we will be end up in selecting the not the right technology that will be promoting in a bigger scale. So where R&D interventions is must, and so as you can see that in my presentation title, we see agrivoltaics as a green revolution and 2.0 second green revolution, because for the reason that these are the carbon neutral technologies that is going to have energy, food, and water nexus happen in together in all the co-located land. So with this, I will give a brief about CSIR. Basically, for the interest of the foreign delegates and those who are attending online also. So we CSIR got founded. It's one of the largest public funded R&D organization, and we found it is founded in 1942. That is before pre-independent era. Then we have our pan-India presence. You can see CSIR NIST in Thiruvananthapuram, and we also have an institute in Jammu and Kashmir, Indian Institute of Integrative Medicine. So which we work on diverse domains, starting from biological science, chemical science, engineering science, information, physical science, and all. So if you look at the innovation index of CSIR, we currently hold more than 2,500 patent globally, and almost 148 patents have been commercialized in various sectors. And we have an academic wing called Academic CSIR, that is Academy of Scientific and Innovative Research. So that is also laying the path for scientific R&D with an R&D output of around 5,500 publication per year, with an average impact factor of 5.4. So why I say this, I will come because we also do technology related innovations. And before that, going into that, I will introduce a little bit about the Center for Sustainable Energy Technologies. So at Center for Sustainable Energy Technologies, the name suggests our major thrust is to look into sustainable energy technology and technology development and innovations, promoting the innovation in this sector. And it has various activities. As I can say that we work from the full bandwidth, starting from molecules, materials to devices. And here, one of our major thrust area is agrivoltaics, and we work on a basic principle that already Balaji has already touched upon it. That is even the requirement of even light sharing in the farm field. So we work on even solar sharing technology. So as already introduced, we know that globally agrivoltaics are categorized into two categories based on structural standards, category 1 and category 2. So today morning, I think some speaker from Europe was mentioning about why this size vertical clearance 2.1. Yeah, the reason she had mentioned is the traverse of this machinery and people. Not only that, if you have elevated panels, you can have a faster movement of the shadow cast that is coming from the panel. So if it is a category 1 installation or categories 2 installation, shadow cast is the major problem. So here is our interventions. We tried looking at how we can utilize, in addition to the shadow, eliminating the shadow cast or reducing the shadow percentage. We can also look into the other aspect, like how we can utilize the untapped solar spectrum. Untapped solar spectrum, what I meant is the unutilized solar spectrum. Normally we see plants as green because most of the part is reflected to us. So green spectrum of the solar contribute towards 20%, and also in the ultraviolet range. So we make use of this part also, and thereby coming up a technology that can increase the PV coverage area when compared with the state-of-the-art agrivoltaics technology. So this is the innovation that we are presenting here.
ASP is introducing even solar sharing agrivoltaic technology.
Here you can see the bright spot and shadow spot. Normally, in the case of agrivoltaic technology, this will be completely eliminated once you have these optics that you have put in tandem with the conventional photovoltaics. The module sizing is similar to that of the sizing of the panel. So now we have the even solar sharing technology. Now we can set module level agrivoltaic standards for the first time. We can have a photosynthetic photon flux density tunable from 630 to 1100 micromoles per meter second under standard testing condition. And in addition to that, I mentioned about the spectral conversion functionality that we incorporate offers similar to 5% enhancement in the photosynthetic active radiation range when compared with the state-of-the-art agrivoltaic system. So this spectral conversion functionality is functional even under diffuse light condition and also low light condition. So there is no problem in the power. The power boost will be there will in the condition where there is a diffuse light only possible, because mostly in the cloudy conditions. So with the precision radiation tunability, we can now offer around 14 to 21% increase in the PV coverage area. So ultimately, when compared with the category 1 and category 2 installation, so that we have benchmarked from the NREL report. And because of this, we can have increased energy generation when compared with the conventional system. So as already mentioned, precision radiation control, of course, it is favorable for improving the microclimate, thereby enhancing the crop productivity and also crop quality. You can have a better aromatic and phenolic and aromatic content in the crop. So currently we have an ongoing field trial at CSIR NIST campus itself. It is for the first ever global demonstration of building integrated even solar sharing agrivoltaic solution. As you can see that here we are demonstrating this even solar sharing agrivoltaic solution as a continuous roofing solution for the integration of photovoltaics into the green canopy or for example rooftop farming. So this field is already set, and we are growing spearmint under it. Maybe the next time I could discuss more about that, how it is performing well. We are expecting definitely, because we are providing only what the plants need. We are not inducing any thermal stress to the plant. So now I touch upon the upcoming field trial. We are planning for around 36 kilowatt peak of field. One coming at CSR and IST. It is a protected cultivation. Today morning we were discussing about greenhouses. So we are looking at carbon neutral greenhouses by incorporating our even solar sharing technology. And we are also proposing today, just now MNRE representative Dr. Anil had already mentioned about the on-site utilization of energy. So we are looking at the on-site utilization of the power generated from this system, basically for agro-processing and of course for space cooling application for greenhouses. And other field that is coming at IIP, there are Indian Institute of Petroleum, Dehradun. It's also a CSIR institute. So there we are cultivating biofuel crops. This is basically mustard crops, because it's a potential feedstock for sustainable aviation fuel. So this field trial, we are doing a global benchmarking of the key performance indicators. So these are the targets. Some of the targets we can get even from the system design level itself. Some or the other 5 KPIs will be providing, make it publicly available once the field trial results are out. So basically, once we have this, we can have, because why we have to have benchmarking essential. We can have a value proposition generated once we have the KPIs set, KPIs known for our technology that can be compared with the existing state-of-the-art agrivoltaic solutions. So we have a team internally, CSIR team in there already. So we are the nodal lab at CSIR and IST, and we are collaborating with the CSIR Structural Engineering Research Center for structural engineering support for agrivoltaics modules. And we have also collaborating with the sister institute, CSIR Central Building Research Institute for this BIP, building integrated agrivoltaics installation further validation, and also field trials. Currently, we are collaborating with the CSR Indian Institute of Petroleum and CSR Indian Institute of Himachal Bioresource Technology. But we have a plan to extend it further. in the future when once the technology is found and globally benchmarked, and we found a value proposition for our technology. So we are already in set to take up the research challenges in this sector. And one of the glimpse of related CSR societal impact that created is a purple revolution. All of you must be aware, I think, purely. But for the rest of the audience, CSR has a prestigious program called CSR Aroma Mission. So as part of it, we are cultivating aromatic plants that have increased the export of aromatic oil. So that is the impact that previously we are importing these aromatic oils, and now we are exporting the aromatic oil. So then this is called the one that the late woman is harvesting is lavender. It is called Purple Revolution. It is an impact of CSR that had created to the society. So with this, I conclude my presentation with our vision statement. Of course, it is Green Revolution 2.0 by pioneering sustainable energy and farming with CSR solar energy sharing technologies. I have already shown one of the technology that we are working. We have multiple options coming up for even for bifacial modules. We are working on solutions that can increase the albedo reflection, and in addition to that, it can eliminate the shadow cast from the panels. So with this, thank you so much, and thank you for having me here. And I would like to hear if you have any question.
I think we have 2 minutes for any questions if somebody has. No? Okay, well and good. Then I request all the panelists to stand up maybe for a picture, and Professor D.K. Singh will felicitate them with the flower pots. Yeah. उनको भी जाने दें. Yeah. Anil Kumar ji. Sandeep Narang. Adarsh Ashok. Balaji Lakshmikant. And Dr. Jay Prakash Singh. Big round of applause for everyone. We come to the last session now, Agri PV status and success stories in India. I would now like to call upon stage Mr. Surinder Ahuja. He's not here. He's not here. Mr. Vivek Saraf from Sunseed. He's the CEO of Sunseed APV, a chemical engineering graduate from IIT Kanpur. He found Sunseed in 2020, an organization that provides innovative structural solution for agrivoltaics in India. Mr. Somnath Yadav from Jain Irrigation. He serves as the Senior Vice President and Senior Engineer for Irrigation and Water Management Projects, involved in survey planning, designing, and execution of large-size integrated micro-irrigation projects. Finally, Ms. Shubhasri Chakravarti, She's the manager and stakeholder stakeholder relationships at India Agri PV Alliance. She believes India Agri PV Alliance means to be a means to give back to the society in her finite capacity. She has a master's degree in environment management from Forest Research Institute, Dehradun. And I would also like to call Mr. Gulab Singh Girase, whom we missed out in the first session. He's the founder of Grow Solar Energy. He was the director of finance at Mahajanko and MSEB earlier. And yeah, he has a 10 megawatt DC Agri PV plant in Dhule district in North Maharashtra. Surendra, you were here. Sorry, I didn't see you. Yeah. Surendarji is the CEO of Sunmaster, providing private solar farm solutions across India to commercial and industrial power consumers with zero or minimum investment at a discount grid electricity tariff. I think we can present next.
Okay. ये मैंने भेजा हुआ है। the pen drive. Which one? Sir, what is the name of the? Sorry, COE bunch. इसमें देखिए PPT वाला. Okay. Great. Next question. Next question. I need to. I can't see it here. वहाँ पे because yeah. Okay. The next कैसे होगा? I can't click. I can click. Yeah, you can click and you can change also. Just share PPT for the online participants. मेरा mouse, you can't see my mouse. Just the mouse is there. Okay. Are you fine? Now, it will take some time. So when we do that, so it's showing there. हाँ one maybe it is taking हाँ अभी हुआ जला आएगा हाँ हो गया लाइट तो चल रहा है हाँ it's there yes
Okay, great. So good afternoon, everyone. This is Vivek Saraf. I'm from Sunseed. And so the pictures you see here are from our project in Manvat. I won't go through much of that because Dr. Indramani already spoke about this project. Just quickly before I start, the topic for the session is success stories. And now, I mean, that's, I don't know if you can still call, at least I'll speak for my project, I don't think you can still call it a success story. So success to me is when Agri PV, the extra capital cost of Agri PV can be compensated by the net present value of the crop profitability for the next 15, 20 years, right? So no capital incentive required, and then farmers can make more money, developers can make money without any government incentive. That I would call success. Now, what we're going to talk about today is some of what is the problem with Agri PV, and especially in terms of the success, how I defined it, and how we can help solve it. Now, in Agri PV right now, there's an absence of scientific understanding required for project design and operation, and specifically in the context of light apportionment and microclimate. And that's something we've discussed and the whole research that's required about it. Now, there are high initial capital costs and ad hoc decision making happening with respect to crop strategies, system geometries, and that leads to poor economic viability right now. And further, it results in poor bankability of APV projects because we don't have the ability to forecast the crop and solar yields. So to take care of that or to help with that, some solutions that we are developing are first is agrivoltaics decision support tool or a simulation model. So that Dr. Indramani mentioned, Dr. Chauhan talked about it, and from E&Y Siddharth also talked about it. And so that forecasting tool would be based on proprietary data that's been generated on some of our farms. It will be based, or it is based on deep science-based simulation models, and in the future, optimization engines based on machine learning. And we'll talk more about this in subsequent slides. And the other aspect of it is an embedded systems farm controller that would then automate in an automated fashion, actively manage the light and microclimate in a project. So you design it and then you install it, but you still want to actively manage that light and microclimate. So we do that, via, obviously farm automation, which will get its instructions from IoT-based sensors and from a digital twin based on the software that would be running on a cloud server. So now this is the kind of framework that we're building for this whole simulation model. So the first thing obviously is to recreate the agrivoltaic scene. So the agrivoltaic scene comprises the whole solar structures, whatever geometry, let's say you've chosen initially for the design, then you need the weather data. And then very importantly, you need the photosynthesis curves, because see right now what's also to see if the crop is getting enough light, you need to understand what it requires. And that data is not like, it's available in the form of DLI data, but then DLI is not very accurate when we talk about agrivoltaics because there's shade that's not homogeneous, there's shade at different points of time. DLI assumes that you get the light saturation point all the time. Now here, this curve, and this is something that Andreas from Hohenheim also spoke about. So these curves now assume that there's enough water. In his model, like water was also a variable. I'm assuming here that there's enough water that's available. Now you can see clearly that after any light beyond this point, and for each crop, there will be a different curve like this. And any light beyond this point is, you don't really need it. And even if you see till here from this side to here, you can come down on the light a bit without losing much of the photosynthesis. So that's where you really play on, right? So that's how agrivoltaics works, that you can have less light, but still get the same amount of photosynthesis. Now, this is just one variable, the light. The other very important variable is temperature. And that's where India, or
climates like India have a bigger advantage on agrivoltaics, or why there's some better value proposition, because we suffer from high temperature. Crop productivity is poor. One of the reasons is high temperatures. Now you can see from this plot, there's an optimum, which is around 30 degrees for most crops. And on both sides of it, photosynthesis drops very quickly. So now, even if I have less light and I sacrifice the carbon assimilation by 10%, let's say, because of less light, but by reducing the temperature because of the shade, because the shade, now there are two things that affect the leaf temperature. One is the air temperature, which is not going to change much in agrivoltaics. Air flows, and even below the panels, the temperatures will be approximately the same. But then the second item is the direct heat. So now from the shade, if you're blocking direct heat, the leaf temperatures can come down by 4 to 5 degrees. So what you lose with less light, maybe you're still at the light saturation, but what you might lose there, you compensate because of the reduction in temperature. And this is the whole science behind agrivoltaics. This is what you need to master, and come and figure out what to grow at different places. Now coming back here, now what you saw, those curves are for individual leaves. Right now, the whole problem is a plant has so many leaves, and a lot of leaves, they shade other leaves. So this whole saturation thing you're talking about for one leaf, but now you're talking so many different leaves at different light, different leaf temperatures. So that is why now what we also do is, so we are also creating a 3D model of the crop. So in this agrivoltaic scene, you have not light on the ground, but light on a 3D model of a crop on each and every leaf. So this is then, you get to the agrivoltaic scene. Now, as a next step, what happens? Now we have created these several, scientific models. One of the two main ones is the energy balance, which will give you the temperature. So this energy balance module gives you the leaf temperature based on everything, the whole radiation and everything. And then there's an optical ray tracing module, which provides the light. So that was the temperature, and this would provide the light on every square inch or square centimeter of surfaces of all the different surfaces you have on the scene. And then what we use this to get a light and temperature simulation, and a PV simulation, and a photosynthesis simulation, and a crop, and eventually leads to a crop simulation. Now a PV simulation is also very important, because softwares like PVsyst cannot get the bifacial gain associated. Everyone's using bifacial panels now, right? So bifacial gain is a given. And now in a software like PVsyst, the albedo is an input. So there's one value of albedo that you put, and that's actually an input. Now here, there are so many different surfaces. The crop is like, it's all the same leaves, but then they're different shapes. And then you have mulches, you have soil, you have panels, so many different surfaces. So what we're doing is assigning optical properties to each one, measuring that using a spectroradiometer. And then when the ray tracing happens, then the reflection, transmission, everything happens as per what it should be. And then that would reach the panels, and we would get the radiation at the backside of the panels, put it through, we're using NREL's PV lib libraries to then take this to actual PV yield. Similarly, now on the photosynthesis, we said we have the 3D models. So now this shows like the photosynthesis rate. It's an instant rate at an instant right now, and how the rate will differ on different parts of the leaf. This is showing sorghum crop as a sample, and you can see at the bottom, like lot of leaves are in the dark, so they have negative photosynthesis because respiration is happening, but there is no photosynthesis in the leaf completely in the dark, so it's negatively contributing. So all that will get captured here as well. And that's what then takes you, you can then, and this is something we don't have right now. Everything so far is almost built. But here now you can then create machine learning based optimization engines, where you just say, okay, here's the start, and then system just, you define an objective function and it will keep, running and tell you eventually that what is your best design from, combining a PV and crop. So what is my combined best, the most profit that I can make? The next thing that, initially touched upon is again, now the farm controller. So now in case if you have trackers, then you have one whole variable. So you can control the trackers. So if there's any periods of time where you need more light, so you can change the tilt. So when a tracker is doing solar optimization, you can actually now say that, okay, I want a solar plus PV optimization instead. And then, if you're doing climate controlled cultivation, and a lot of people touched upon PV greenhouses, and just in general the need for high value crops to do that in climate controlled environments. And Dr. Anil Kumar actually spoke about off-grid PV greenhouses as well, and so that's also a very important application of agrivoltaics. And here we would you have a farm controller that would use the data, the actual weather day temperature, power data on the site, and then the same software that we talked about would run as a digital twin, and then you can control multiple variable actions like the tracking of the solar panels. If you have a shade net, the automated retraction of the shade net, fogger operations to reduce temperatures, fan pad cooling in terms for polyhouses, air circulation fans, and dehumidifiers and all. So ultimately, you're using this to now actively manage the light, temperature, humidity, and airflow, or the light and microclimate essentially. So this is a project that we're now coming up with near Ahmedabad, which will be using this controller to active, so fully automated. So this picture is still from Parbhani, so it's not the real picture. But what we're doing is creating a high yield climate controlled farming, which will combine low risk solar cash flows with higher risk agriculture cash flows and create a really good return. Now, obviously, this is on paper. We hope to prove that out soon. Another thing that we're working on is like urban farming combined with solar generation, so rooftop Agri PV, and we're looking to soon do a project on this as well. And just to kind of wrap up, like it was also mentioned that one of the most important things about Agri PV is the structures, right? And that's what increases the cost. So we have some real good cable-based structures which reduce the cost by 20-25% for high span and high elevation systems. And we've used that cable technology, and it's our own technology that for projects over canals and for the Agri PV projects that we've done so far in Parbhani, and this one that we've come up with in Nasik for grape and citrus farming. So this is now a tracking system based on the cable structures. And as soon as we have the farm controller done, that will be used in this project as well to grow the grapes and citrus fruits. So I'll stop here. Yep, thank you.
Thank you, Vivek. I would now like to call upon Somnath Yadavji from Chain Irrigation to speak a few words about their works on Agri PV so far.
Good afternoon to all of you. Vivek ji has already told you what is a success story. So, as per his definition, there is no success story in India of the agrivoltaic. But here we are going to present one study that has been done by us, and which can be called as a one single success story in isolation. It is not yet commercialized, as all of us know. So we as Jain Irrigation Systems Limited, we have a headquarter at Jalgaon, and we are into tissue culture, banana plantlets, then solar pumping systems, micro irrigation systems, PE and PV piping systems, and so on and so forth. So there are many more activities. We produce around 20 million banana plants every year, and these are the tissue culture plants. So yielding banana planting material, guava, pomegranate, mango, sweet oranges. We work on more than a dozen crops, and on those crops, right from seed we work, and up to the formulation of SOPs or good agricultural practices for the crop. Up to that we work. Then we have the solar power plant of 8.5 megawatt for our captive consumption. Now here we are going to talk about the model that can be offered to small farmers, because Indian farmers are generally small farmers having land less than 1 hectare or so. So here at Jain Hills and at Takarkheda farms, we have about 4 to 5 agrivoltaic setups, 14 kilowatt, 8 kilowatt, 5 kilowatt, like that. Small setups are there. 5 to 6 small setups are there, and we have been doing experiments on those setups since 2014, and we have the readings, and we have maintained the data of power generation of all those setups, and also the yield of the crops, different crops and studies. Those studies are available. So we will be talking about those studies. They are not necessarily success stories, as mentioned you. Here in the morning we were defining the agrovoltaic. Now we have defined agrovoltaic as a farming method which consists of grid connected solar pumping. Grid connected, it has to be necessarily grid connected because you have to harvest the energy crop, and power generation, and precision farming like drip, fertigation, mulching, high-tech practices, and good agricultural practices. Precision farming technologies. So it has to be the farming, precision farming, and under the solar panels. That is how we define it. And agrovoltaic generates food and fuel from the same land resource, which leads to optimized use of water, energy, and other inputs. Features: it is a revolutionary farming system in which the crops are grown under solar panels and grid-connected solar-operated drip irrigation systems. We are looking at agrivoltaic as a package, complete package. It is not simply solar panels or simply farming under solar panels. It is a complete package, including the high-yielding varieties of the crops that you are going to grow under the solar panels, plus the good agricultural practices for the crops. Normally, it is a grid-connected system having power purchase agreement with the local state electricity board. Agrovoltaic increases the land, energy, and water use efficiency. This is necessary. Sustainable solution to harvest 3 agricultural crops and additional revenue by way of energy generation. It provides food and fuel with minimum energy and water resources using drip irrigation system, being operated by grid-connected solar power generation. So this is the definition. And agrovoltaic implementation with crop diversification program can help to reduce the load on the precious resources like water and land. Why do we need agrovoltaic? That is, again, it saves huge amount of creating electrical infrastructure. It avoids and eliminates the theft issues. Then reliable power for pumping, green power which will reduce the greenhouse gas emission, recurring cost in case of, these are the advantages of solar photovoltaic or agrovoltaic system. That's why we need this agrovoltaic. This is one installation which we have done recently in Jalgaon. This is bifacial installations of solar panel. Why it should be with precision farming? Again, there are various advantages of precision farming. like irrigated land is less, so we can increase the irrigated land. Then there is a water saving. Then there is a yield increase, and then soil health is maintained. Farmers' income increases, and that's why the sustainability comes in farming, and that's why we need this agrovoltaic. This is one model which was earlier also presented with banana. That is spacing is 1.82 meter by 1.82 meter. Variety is Grand 9 variety. And this is rotated in rotation with papaya, turmeric and cotton. And details of drip irrigation systems are given. This is the cost involved in, approximate cost involved in 1 acre banana agrovoltaic farm. This has been extrapolated from 500 square meter plot of agrovoltaic. So around 50 to 60 lakh rupees are required. Even if this was with 240 watt power panels, even if you increase the size of the watt powers, that is 540 you make, then you will be able to reduce the cost of the structure, but then the cost will remain up to 50 lakhs, approximately 45 to 50 lakhs. And this is the cost of cultivation for tisciculture banana. It comes to 1,26,000 rupees. This is the power generation from that 500 square meter where we put the experiment of 240 watt power, 36 panels. And this is the viability of agrovoltaic model for banana. So 59 lakhs is a capital cost. We have assumed here that government will provide 60% financial assistance, because investing 60 lakh rupees in 1 acre, no farmer will do that. Instead, he will buy 5 acres land. Why he should do investment on agrovoltaic? So we have considered here 60% subsidy and 40% farmers contribution. With this also it works out to be, IRR works out to be 18%, BC ratio 3 and payback period 5 years. These are the assumptions while working out this model. So here the last assumption is important. Power purchase agreement at a minimum price of 3 rupees per unit has to be done by the state government. Now if the land is 1 acre and if he is generating 70 kilowatt of power, his capacity is only 70 kilowatt. So for 70 kilowatt, whether the government will enter into the power purchase agreement with the farmer is a question mark. So there are 2-3 issues in this. Those are to be sorted out. Then we have taken banana, vegetables and turmeric. These are the photographs of those agrovoltaic models. Will result into food, water and energy security and also lead to sustainable agriculture. Agrovoltaic projects are financially, technically feasible and economically viable, provided there is a subsidy assistance or financial assistance from the government. Hence, this project should be treated as a part of national infrastructure building. Large-scale adoption will result into reduction in pollution, greenhouse gas emissions, and shall help mitigate the climate change impact. Keeping in mind the benefits, government should promote agrovoltaic concept in mission mode and also consider providing financial assistance or financial support. So that is all I wanted to say. There is another model of turmeric and vegetables that is also financially viable, provided the subsidy assistance is given by the government. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot for the insight from Jain Irrigation, which we have not seen so far. Sir, thank you. Now, I would like to call Mr. Gulab Singh Girase ji to speak about his 10 megawatt pilot in Dhule.
It's not pilot.
Yes. Oh yeah, 10 megawatt plant in Dhule.
Okay. We feel like attending some Kavi Sammelan or Mushaira, where most of the poets have sung their poems and went out. Possibly those who would arrange the chairs, we all are left behind. Anyway, can you please? Yeah. Yeah, yeah. कैसा चलाना है अभी इसको? Yeah, yeah. यही ना? So sometimes I'm asked, is it really a 10 megawatt agrovoltaics plant? And I honestly tell them, I don't know, because which definition you would apply to this and whether it would be included in the agrovoltaics definition or whether it would be excluded, I don't know. But whatever I have been working all my life, first, I come from a farming family. I worked in agricultural university for 5 years, where I would have a lot of fights with my scientist friends, with the director farms, particularly when I would say that I give you 2 crores rupees, you must get at least 2.5 crores rupees because you are director farms and you are not a research farm. And then he would say, no, we are also research, so you won't get 2.5. And then the university revenue would possibly drop by 50% or 20%, depending on so many other reasons. Secondly, I worked in the electricity company, big one. And then for 5 years, I studied electrical parts and more particularly the solar thing. And post my VRS, I thought this is the space where we should be really working. So I brought in my some little knowledge as a farmer, some little tidbits from the agricultural university, and a lot from the electricity generating company. And then post that, since 2012, I have been roaming around in search of something which we can call agrivoltaics and something I could really set up and call it a model, pilot rather. I went to China, then US and few European countries as well, and then tried to actually see hands-on what the system really looks like. And finally, with all resources, we have tried to do this project. Now, the opportunity came in Kusum-like state scheme, that is Mukhyamantri Saur Krishi Vahini Yojana. And the objectives of this scheme were very much aligned to our dream. That is to work for farmers and also make use of our barren, arid, semi-arid land and then make it cultivable, make it fertile. And then something of permaculture, something of regenerative agriculture, something of bringing in best of the Agri PV, whatever literature I could access. And with all this, we created this simple, sustainable, easy to do model. And thereby, whatever processing was possible, we tried to bring that in as well. We also did not want to lose sight that we are having these 52 acres of land. Am I displacing the agricultural laborers? No. I also wanted to have the village level qualified, solar qualified and electrical qualified graduates and diploma holders to be in the village. So all those objectives, we honestly could somehow bring to the reality. And that's why we say that was dream and we brought it into reality. Now, these are the gentlemen who really have been helping us, almost hand-holding us. And two of them are rather very, very famous faces, Dr. Santra, Dr. Chetan Solanki, who has been doing a lot of work, Energy Swaraj Yatra. He has left his home for 11 years and he's traveling all around, sensitizing people about the climate change and other issues. Then another gentleman, he's a banker. He helps, do you want to sell your land or what? Structure it properly so that your land at least remains with you. So these are the advisors who have helped. And these were the 4 main things we wanted to do and we have done. We have set up this project and all of these are actual photographs. So I thought, let me bring you from the labs, laptops, PCs, and then simulations and a very, very complicated high-level technical research jargon to the open fields where agrovoltaics actually is happening. And whether it is a successful or a failure, you guys have to decide at the end of this presentation. So this is how we started sheep grazing. As soon as we commissioned the project in June 21, almost 3 years back, first thing the shepherds came to me and say, lot of green grass here, because it was June, it had rained, and there was lush green grass. And then they sought my permission whether we could be grazing the sheep there. About 500 sheep. It grazed for 4 months. They put lot of manure there, and then my land was nibbled by the sheep. It was clean field by the time we thought of putting something actually on the field. Starting with that, then we fell prey to the propaganda of the aromatic plants, geranium. The Kelkar company persuaded me, you have such a nice setup, fenced and everything. Why don't you do geranium? 12,000 rupees per liter. And then you will earn this much, you will earn that much. And we ended up buying 6 rupees a plant. We planted it on 12 acres. And then we had first okay flush. Second, the herbage and the oil yield got diminishing, and then we had to uproot within a year because we ran into losses close to 15 to 20 lakhs rupees. So a very difficult lesson, hard way, and that is the danger of being adventurous and not being handheld by the top-notch researchers. Then right from the word go, we wanted to make this project all green. The green fence and the blue panels. So it would be green and blue. That is what we thought. So our 4.1 kilometer fence, we planted some 2,500 henna trees that give the yield of around 1 ton dry leaves. But the prices are not that good. I just make up for the labor cost of harvesting, drying, and then making it into the henna powder. Then we thought this henna is really not good and that economical. So we went for the rootstock close to the henna trees. So rose rootstock, something about 15,000 we planted all around our compound. And then this is really giving us some money. So the nursery owners, the rose nursery owners, they come to us and then they cut the 8-9 inches sticks, and then they pay us 50 paise a stick. So we do sell about 4-5 lakhs of these sticks every year from the 15,000 plants we have, and we are slightly expanding in some areas which are not going to cause shadow on our solar panels. Then this year, seeing our setup, the protected environment, adequate water, not so bad soil, the seed company approached us and then say whether you would do some legumes and okra seed production. And then we took up the challenge, and it was little messy also, but difficult. And somehow we said, okay, we'll do that. So pulses tour we did, and we had the yield of about 16 quintals, and they paid us double the price because it was a strict protocol of seed production, and we lived up to their expectations. So they have paid us good price. Then okra also, we did seed production. We got about 10 quintals of seed production. Again, they paid us almost double the price than what otherwise it would have fetched. But both these operations, we did not like, honestly, at the end of it, because it involved a lot of repetitive agricultural operations, which were rather not good for the structures, not good for the panels. And then I had to incur a lot of additional incremental cost in implements and labor. So somehow we were satisfied. Then somebody spoke about the aromatic crops in the morning. I went to CMAP Lucknow, Dr. Ashok, and then we had interaction. I attended that 6-7 days training. And then I said, okay, you have already burnt your fingers with the geranium. Now try lemongrass and basil. So we have done lemongrass and basil. And it was initially, we used to send the Harbage to the nearby distillery. Finally, we decided why not have our own distillation unit. So we set up our distillation unit, and I'm very happy to tell you that we are distilling lemongrass oil, basil oil, and it is getting sold at a very reasonable rate. But we are making up for the incremental expenses that we incur in these aromatic plants. Then we became little more adventurous. We saw the topography, the contour, where it would shadow, where it would not shadow. And then Carissa Karonda. We thought that is very hardy because we are getting sick of these weed control, pesticides, even the water management and other issues were really heavy on our expenses. So we brought these Karvande, and then we got the first flush. They are so red and pink. They are getting sold at 70 rupees a kg. And they are so sturdy and hardy. They don't require much of our attention. We just ignore them. You are there, all right. We know you are there, but we'll come to you in June, July just to harvest, and they don't complain. And then we have these lemon trees. Karondas, we have about 5,000. Lemon trees, we have about 2,500. Rootstocks, about 15,000. Henna trees, about 2,500. Lemongrass, we have created the mother plants, which is about 4 acres, and we have plans to take it up to our remaining land up to 25, 30 acres. Basil, we keep growing below the panels or in the side tracks. So like this, if you see, our farm, Agri PV farm, is already, though it is just 50 acres, it has now occupied the space which it would have otherwise occupied to the extent of 200 acres. So 2,500 lemon trees, how much space they required? 5,000 Karondas trees, how much space they required, and all other, you calculate. And we calculated our 10 megawatt DC plant as well. So it will not be proven scientifically in labs and other desktops, but we are happy that we could do everything that we wanted to do as a farmer, as an electricity generator, also the so-called Agri PV entrepreneur. And then so far, we are very happy. Our adventure doesn't stop here. We even thought of moringa trees, which grow so fast, so tall, but we know how to discipline them. We prune them timely, and then we can even bend them. So we had the first harvest, and we are happy with that harvest. Lemon trees are a little slow, and they are going to take time. And again, they are averse to pruning. That is what our agricultural scientists tell us. But I have this habit of healthy skepticism, not listening to the agricultural scientists. And let us have some bold initiatives. So we are going to discipline these lemon trees as well. And possibly once they mature, I'm sure they are going to offset all my investments and frustrations which I have had in these first 3 years. Yeah, this is what it looks like. This is basil. Shade or no shade, it hardly matters to it. And then the lemongrass, which prefers bright sunlight for the better oil yield. And then we are not averse to bullock and traditional way of farming. We do it very intensively because tractors sometimes we don't trust. But in order to expedite, so this is where the okra and the pigeon, these pulses are being done. And so whatever was the remaining part, we wanted to put in some basil. So we were rather preparing that. So as I told you, we did bring in the distillation unit so that the aromatic plantation becomes self-supporting. And then this is how we have come. This is the senior team from the Panasonic, the Japanese head of Panasonic, and the Indian head, the joint MDs, and couple of directors from the Grow Solar. And in all this journey, I must very honestly admit that my Rahuri Connect, my agricultural university connect, those scientists And some of them, when I used to be the finance controller, most of them ended up of vice chancellors, and we keep interacting. Arey ye mat kar yaar, doob jayega, ye bakar. So like this, they keep me giving a word of their experience and knowledge. We get benefited from that, and that's how we have brought this project to this level. Whether it is a success or not so success, but yes, we have come so far and we are happy about it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We now come to the Agri PV pilot of the capital, wherein all the political delegations, international delegations go to if they want to visit a Agri PV pilot. I would now ask Mr. Surendra Ahuja to come and showcase his work.
It's in the pen drive. Folder and open. This is the PPT. This one? Yeah, this one, yeah.
Good afternoon, friend. I am Surinder Ahuja from Sun Master. Basically, I am from Delhi, born and brought up in Delhi, and always take care of a piece of land and the inch of the land if you are talking about. So we demonstrate a prototype model with the size of 2.5 megawatt. We demonstrate two models in the outskirts of Delhi, which I am going to talk today. And yeah, it's going now. Yeah, it's going. So for us, farmland is equivalent to photovoltaics plus food crop. And in our back-end mind, we want to utilize the land in the effective utilization of land. Like you can say optimum utilization of land in terms of designing the agrivoltaic farm. And the another mean for us is electrifying our crop. And the third one is farming under the canopy of solar panels, which we did. And we got the success in it as well. So today I'm going to discuss about the key points for design and agrivoltaic farms. I'm talking totally about the commercial. From the morning you are since discussing a lot of in the technical issues of the agrivoltaics, how we can fix the panels, how we can increase the cropping and all the things. So these are the key points as per our aspect. If we are talking about the agrivoltaic farm, that is site selection. During the site selection of the agrivoltaic farm should be based on several factors such as availability of sunlight, soil fertility, topography, and water resources and electricity network augmentation. It is also important to consider the type of the crops which we are going to grow underneath of it and market demand of the crops nearby. Similarly, the next one is the design and installation of the agrivoltaic farm. The design and installation of the agrivoltaic farm should be done in a way so that it will negatively impact the cropping underneath of it. The panel should be installed with a height that allowed for the passage of light and air of the crop and should be spaced in a way that does not create too much shade. And the third one is the crop selection. The selection of the crop for agrivoltaic should be done based on the amount of sunlight that area receive as well as the type of soil and water resources available. The crop should be chosen in that way that maximize their productivity while also benefiting from the shade provided by the solar panels. This one is the maintenance. The maintenance of agrivoltaic system should be done in a way that doesn't damage and affect your underneath of croppings and all the things. And maintain the water, soil fertility and water resources as well. This is the legal and regulatory compliance. wherever you are going to put your agrivoltaic farm, apart from the agriculture universities, in the commercial term, you must be aware about the land and revenue requirements, because entire land is under the revenue officer of that area. So we have to take the permission from the revenue officer. Then we have to be look into the permits which is required on it. And it is also important to research the regulation to ensure the legality and safety of the system, because it depends upon the state to state. Now the question comes, why agrivoltaics and why we choose agrivoltaics? Agrivoltaics practices with shade tolerant plant, that was our basic background with us. And we want to do also the horticulture practices underneath of it. We also want to make it as a model farm. That's why we add the dairy farming in it. And we are coming up with the hydroponics in our plant as well. Now, if we can talk, we designed the two plants in the outskirts of Delhi. Both plants are equally 2.5 megawatt each. One was established in the year 2021. The another was just we started in last year. We just constructed in last year. It is partially started, but then fully is going to be done very soon. So what we did over here, the plant capacity is 2.5 megawatt DC. And the modules, we use the sun power, and the inverters, we use the string type of the inverters from the Fronis Eco. And entire structure is with the hot dip galvanized, so there is no need of polishing again and again after 3 or 4 years and all the things. And the height of the structure is 4.3 meter. And we completed the first plant in 120 days from the day we started. And the farm area is approximately 3.4 acres with an open space of 10% in between the panels and all the things. So we optimize the land area. In this plant, we installed one in approximately 1.34 acres for 1 megawatt DC, for which we required in the traditional cases 3 acres of land. This is the another plant we designed that is with the approximately same size of the DC, 2.5 megawatt, and we use the bifacial panel and we use the same inverter. And this plant is approximately 1.5 kilometer away from that, the old plant. And the structure height, we keep it this time the 4 meter. And the completion time is again 110 days. And the farm area is 4 acres. This time we keep more spaces in between the panels to try with the millet crops and all. And open spaces over here is 22%. What we have grown since last 2 or 3 years, we grown lettuce, spinach, ladyfinger, potatoes, tomatoes, bottle gourd, mushrooms, and turmeric, and cucumber, and many more. In this sort of the plants, we increase the farmer income by 6 times. Previously in our area, in the next, like if we are talking about the next land to us, they are getting only one crop due to the water is salty underneath of it. And we are getting approximately the 6 times of the income what the farmer is getting from the next door farmer with us. So by doing this sort of the research and development, and by doing this sort of the setup over here, we increase the farmer income by 6 times as well. And these are some of the pictures what we did and how our plant looks. This is the turmeric. We just take it out last month from our farm. In 2 acres of land, we are approximately getting 2.5 lakh rupees turmeric in the period of 8 months only. This is cauliflower and different. This is the tomatoes. Even last year in the month of June, we sold out of 1 acres, we sold 1.6 lakh rupees cherry tomato. At that time, there was a scarcity of tomatoes over here in Delhi. This is the production. We got the chance to run up our 2 plants on a simultaneously same day due to the DISCOM intervention. So the old plant, we produce 8.53 megawatt in a one day, like 8,530 units a day. In the next farm also, because it's a bifacial, so we had produced approximately 9,260 units. So it is approximately 8% more yield we are getting. We are not focusing on the agriculture as well. We are increasing the agriculture income as well. We are also focusing on the power production from the same plant and from the another plant as well. Now the question comes, it's a viable solution. Yes, agrivoltaics come with a promising future, which hits 2 birds with one stone, helping our food supply and transition to us to a cleaner energy. And what we get extra protection from extra harmful sunlight, because we are using shaded crops underneath of it. We also we also noticed that it increased the health of the soil and increased the level of nutrients underneath of it. It also protects from the birds and the bats. We already found that in the last year, once there was a lot of hailstorm over here, due to that the tomato crop was vanished. But then we were saved our tomatoes and we sold it at a higher price. So now in the reduction in global warming, agrivoltaics test field with an open test field have approximately 10 degrees Celsius difference in the hot summer days, because our height is approximately 4.5 meter. Might be that is the reason we have a more temperature difference upside of the solar panels and the downside of the solar panels as well. We also noticed that we reduce the evaporation by 50%, water evaporation by 50%. We reducing the evaporation will keep the cooling underneath of solar panels, keep panels cooler and perform better. We got 12% high production than industrial installation, because our primary business is the industrial installation. So we have the comparison in between the what the industrial plant is producing nearby area and what our plant is producing. So just based on that, it seems agrivoltaics is a winning strategy. These are the challenges. Now the question comes, if we can put the panels on 4.5 meter height and 4 meter height, how we are going to clean it? So we made proper walkways, and presently we are doing the manual cleaning for the solar modules, because in the rural area, in the farm area, once somebody is cutting their crops, there is a lot of dust in that area. So it is going to settle on the solar panels. So presently we are doing with the manual cleaning with the brush and all, with the walkways. Now we are coming up with the robotic systems. We already import 2 robots and we are in the testing phase with them. So now talks about why the agrivoltaic is not like blinking on the commercial side of it, because there is an uncertain return on investment. Whatsoever you are going to be invest in the agrivoltaics, there is an uncertain return on the side of the agriculture practices, and there would be uncertain returns, very less returns in terms of the power production and rules and regulations for agrivoltaics. And there is a direct competition of the agrivoltaics, like us type of the agrivoltaic plant, with the millet crops, because we are not able to grow anything like wheat, rabi crops and millet crops underneath of it, but not with the farmer income. We multiply the farmer income by 6 times, and there is an uncertain grid connectivity, cross subsidy charges, surcharges, wheeling charges, and power transition. That's why it's not coming up on the commercial point and all. I'll take you to the small video where I can show you both the plants. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Coming to the last presentation of the day, Subhashri Chakravarti from Indian Agrivoltaics Alliance.
How does it move forward? So good afternoon, everyone. I am Shubhashri, and I'm standing before you to represent an alliance called the India Agrivoltaics Alliance. The best part and the worst part of being the last speaker of a workshop is you are not left with much to talk about. And the best part is I'll directly jump into what I'm supposed to say. So going forward, India Agrivoltaics Alliance was launched on 30th of October 2023. So we are not a very old alliance. It was spearheaded by National Solar Energy Federation of India. And currently, the India Agrivoltaics Alliance Secretariat is hosted by NSEFI in New Delhi. Moving forward, I'd like to touch upon the points. A lot has been said already since the morning. We had a very knowledge-heavy session. We also zoomed into a lot of pilots that are there in India currently. They are all our alliance partners, and they are the stalwarts of the agrivoltaic practices currently in India. We are looking forward to a lot more agrivoltaic sites coming up in the next 2 years. Moving forward, I'll not take much of my time in making you understand what agrivoltaics is. Not talking about why we need agrivoltaics, because all of us inside the room are in consensus that we need agrivoltaics, and agrivoltaics is the need of the hour. Going forward, this is the definition that we have been talking about since morning. This definition is not from the Indian context, and as an alliance, we have submitted a white paper to define agrivoltaics for the Indian subcontinent, taking into account and consideration of all the members of the alliance sitting here. A lot of our partners are sitting across the room, and we are in talks with MNRE. Maybe when the version Kusum 2.0 comes up, we will have a definition of agrivoltaics for the Indian context ready. Moving forward, agrivoltaics for us is a convergence of agriculture, policy, renewables, and finance. The next is the advantages that are accrued across the spectrum of agrivoltaics. Agrivoltaics doesn't deal just with the solar developers and farmers, but it brings in a lot of other stakeholders from the rural livelihood, from the rural communities, the women, the youth, the financial institutes, the utility and grid operators, government and policy makers. The next is how agrivoltaics is targeting not just 1 or 2, but 7 SDGs. The first one is zero hunger for obvious reasons. I'll not reiterate that. The second one is clean energy. The next one is decent work for economic growth. The third one is industry innovation and infrastructure. The next is responsible consumption and production. The next being climate action. And the last one is for the partnerships for the goals. And this is where the alliance comes in, the India Agrivoltaics Alliance. The objectives of the alliance was to give a multi-stakeholder platform where all the people who were working in silos from Maharashtra, from Delhi, from other parts from across the nation, to bring them to a single platform, to exchange the knowledge, to exchange the experiences, the successes, the failures, and understand where we are lacking, where we are doing right, and how we can move forward with the technology. The second is the policy and regulatory framework. This is the second step, because if we don't have the proof of concepts, we cannot just go and talk to the people, the policy makers, and say that make a policy on agrivoltaics. So for that, I think there is a lot of potential for the convergence of Center of Excellence for Agri PV with the India Agrivoltaics Alliance. And third is the integrated approach, where I feel why are we talking about just solarizing the rural communities or the farming sector? We can talk about promoting rural livelihood. We can talk about women entrepreneurship, maybe rural entrepreneurship at par. We can talk about a lot of other things that we are not, water management for that matter. So we can talk about a lot of other things that we have not been talking about till date. The next is the strategic initiatives of the India Agrivoltaics Alliance. Since we have launched in October 2023, it's just been 6 to 7 months, and we have inducted 2 working committees, one for the policy and inclusivity, and the second for business models and socio-economic impact. The second strategy is to induct state task forces in individual states. For the first year, we selected Maharashtra and Uttar Pradesh. The Maharashtra STF is led by IGF, Rahul sir, and the Uttar Pradesh STF is led by one of our PAC members, CWW and WRG, that is the Water Resources Group of World Bank. The next is the key focus areas on which the alliance is working on. The first is the pilots. Pilots will definitely give us the proof of concepts, which will help us to move forward with the technology. We are open to pilots. We are not capping the numbers. We already have buy-in from the 2 state task from the 2 states that we chose, Maharashtra and Uttar Pradesh. UP NEDA has furnished a letter of support to the alliance for putting up pilots across Uttar Pradesh, considering all the agroclimatic zones in the state. The regulations, of course, we have been talking about it a lot, and regulations comes after we have already done a lot of research on ground and have the proof of concepts with us, so that we can move further to the policymakers with all the data, procedures, and everything ready, so that they can directly come to a conclusion. The third one is capacity building. Here comes the role of the rural livelihood upliftment for women, for youth, for the farmers at large. The next one is standards. By standards, we mean standardizing the structures that can be used for agrivoltaic practices, the crops that can be that are feasible for the agrivoltaic practices. The other day, I was in a workshop, and somebody from EME, the panelist from EME, said that there are no shade-loving crops. there are crops who can only survive in shade, which is a very true statement, I'd say, because we have been pushing solar crops as the crops who are shade loving. But if we go into the deeper into the knowledge of crops, agriculture, being an environment student, it touched my heart because I understood that yes, he was coming from the perspective of the crops, not from the solar perspective. So yes, standardizing the feasible crops that can grow under the agrivoltaic systems, and incentives. When it comes to incentives, we only talk about KUSUM and its allies from the states. We can also think about Agriculture Infrastructure Fund. We can talk about the SHG Revolving Fund, NRLM, the National Rural Livelihood Mission, under which we can also talk about the Mahila Sashaktikaran Yojana. We can talk about per drop, more crop scheme. We can talk a lot, we can integrate a lot of schemes which are already available today, rather than talking about what will happen in the next 2 years. If we are really aggressive about pushing a technology that is for the benefit of the society, we should think about the present schemes, the relevant schemes that can be integrated in a manner where a self-sustaining ecosystem can be formed. We should not be thinking about if Discom is coming to us with a proper tariff or not. We can use it for our own purpose. We can make a proper ecosystem around the agrivoltaic sites. The next is one of our highlights from the launch event, where the farmers came on board. We were in talks with a lot of people from the agriculture sector, and everybody were a little reluctant to talk to us regarding this agrivoltaics thing. But when the farmers who were already practicing it on ground came on board, Mr. Bora from Mr. Bora, the Joint Secretary of MNRE, launched our alliance, and he felicitated the farmers on that event. The next is the farmers being the panelists, and all the other people being the audience and the participants who were asking questions to the farmers were already practicing agrivoltaics on ground. The next is, and again from the launch event. The next is from the Maharashtra State Consultation Workshop that happened just last month. Again, the first picture is from all the interested farmers who came up to us to say how and where can we put up agrivoltaic sites. We have such and such area, acres of land, and a little bit of funds that we can render for the agrivoltaic installations. What are the other perspectives? What are the other avenues by which we can set up agrivoltaic sites? So we, in this state consultation workshop, we saw a lot of new faces coming in, where till the launch, apart from the farmers, all the people inside the hall were the ones who have been talking about agrivoltaics since the very beginning. But this workshop was a highlight because a lot of people who had never talked about or learned or heard about agrivoltaics came to learn about agrivoltaics from the Alliance. The next is how the Alliance facilitates the APV site visits to, of course, the Sunmaster site in Delhi, because that is the most accessible site for us. The first one is from the visit of Honorable Chairman of CERC. And then next, the second photo is from Shri Satyajit Bhatkal, who is the CEO of Pani Foundation. Pani Foundation is a foundation founded by Amir Khan and his family, and they are very active in Bombay, Maharashtra, across the state, and they were really happy for that. They were a part of our stakeholder consultation workshop in Maharashtra, and when he visited Delhi next, he made it a point that he would visit a site in Delhi, and that is how he landed up in Sunmaster's site. So to wrap up my representation from the Alliance, I'd just like to say that, of course, somebody from the speakers from the previous panel said that the Green Revolution 2.0 is on the cards. Our DG, Shri Deepak Gupta, who is an ex-MNRE secretary and ex-UPSC chairman, is a very aggressive person and very impatient person, and he always says that the next Green Revolution will happen under the panels. And I conclude my presentation with the same statement. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the concluding presentation. I would like or request DK Singh ji to please present the flower pots to all the panelists. Shubhashri Chakravarti. Gulab Singh Girase ji. Somnath Jadhav ji. Surinder Ahuja ji. And our own Sunseed Vivek Saraf ji. I'd now request everybody for a group picture and then followed by the vote of thanks by Abhishek. Yes, 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 yes. This one you guys take and then we join. After the vote of thanks, you can actually break in for tea. I know I'd held the tea break, but you can go and have your tea after that. Yeah. Abhishek will give a vote of thanks for the event.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I feel honored and privileged to give the opportunity to propose a vote of thanks on this special occasion. I would like to thank all the honorable dignitaries who blessed us with their presence. I am also very much thankful to all the speakers who could join online and both in presence also. Without them, a good shape could not have been given to this event. I, on behalf of GIZ, convey deep regards and hearty thanks to Dr. A.K. Tripati, Advisor MNRE, Dr. A.K. Singh, Director IARI, Dr. Jay Prakash, Deputy DG NICE, Dr. R.B. Singh, Padma Bhushan and former Director IARI, Ms. Suman Chandra, Deputy Secretary MNRE, and also Ms. Angela for their gracious presence. My special thanks to Dr. D.K. Singh, Professor IARI, Dr. Vishwanathan, Joint Director Research IARI, Mr. Dilip, Professor IARI, and the IARI team for helping us obtain all the necessary administrative approvals and supporting in all possible manners to organize this workshop. An event of this dimension cannot happen overnight. The wheels started rolling months back in advance when we started preparing for this event. And this could not have been possible without the support from the Center of Excellence team, the project team from Grant Thornton, NSCFI, Sun Moksha, and also the IGF team for providing us all the support organizing this workshop, and the volunteers, of course. I cannot thank everyone enough for the involvement they have shown and the willingness they have shown to put forward the extra efforts for organizing this successful event. If time is money, then today you have spent millions on us, and thank you for all of you for making this workshop successful. Thank you all.
I know we are not a lot at 5 in the evening, but thanks for being lovely audience. Through COE, I think we'll be organizing more and more events like this in the years to come, and looking forward for great research activities in the field of Agri PV. Thanks, everyone. For everyone who wants to have tea and some snacks, they're being served outside, so please have it. Thank you.